Hello. We're watching some fighting games. Specifically some Combo Breaker. You can kind of make it out in the corner here. Which is live now. It's been live for an hour-ish. And we're gonna be mostly focusing on watching some City of the Wolves. Maybe some Under Night in Birth. Mostly because my good guy Fox is on the mic. And some Street Fighter 6. Might check, Twitch for more, but I think those will keep us quite busy already. Gonna have the audio for the stream on in the background, a little quieter, because obviously I want to be the one talking here, and my internet is messing around again. Oh great, I love this. Okay. So yeah, we've already had a couple of strong players on stream, but not much of a great match up yet, so to speak, right? We haven't had any top level players competing against one another. It is really early, right? This tournament probably has lots of players. So it's gonna take a little while at least for the real bangers to start happening. But it's good to just kind of pay attention at goddamn Twitch, please. Maybe this one's working. Is it my internet? It might be my internet. Can I refresh this? Yes, so my internet should be fine, actually.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, SNK is pretty good about doing that.
Whatever.
Since the first time they did something like that was for Samurai Showdown.
Right now we're on the wrong tab.
An issue upon release, and they worked with a community member who helped them get it down to a
So,
level,
dude on the right there looks a little familiar, but the mask makes it a little hard to tell.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
And I might have to move myself around a bit to not block the gauges.
I know they talked about like character specific.
Rockland Q, I think I am familiar with that name, but I think that's the dude on the left, so I don't know, man. But now let me move myself a little bit to the middle probably, and then make myself smaller too. There.
And learn the character against people that are also not good with their character.
Exactly. We'll see. I mean, like I said, I think
okay.
the marketing team said it's
let's see how they do it.
See that eventually come.
Yeah. Maybe some other nice quality of life changes as well. But man.
Oh, so it's the Hotaru mirror, no preacher after all. Faked us out, and once again Twitch is shiting the bead. That is really bad news. Okay, well.
Yeah, I played Andy a bit. I think Andy was pretty fun. I think the way you describe him is like he obviously has like Andy stubby normals from like previous King of Fighters, but the stance he goes super far.
So Rockland Q, also a KOF player, obviously. I think he was one of those people who had Q in his name but didn't actually play the character. So a criminal, basically, that deserves to be haunted forever. Triumph kinda rings a bell, but that might just be a generic name. Okay, applying pressure, getting those plus frames into the grab, and more plus frames. Oh, wow, catches the backdash with the EX dive. Spaced and, yeah, spaced well enough where it probably would have been safe, maybe even plus on block, so good stuff. And yeah, Rockland Q is just dominating hard. Spins the bar, good stuff, that's the smart stuff. Earlier, Reynold was playing against somebody, and he didn't spend a bar, when he could have killed with it. He still won the round, because, he's Reynold and his opponent isn't. But, it's probably not a good habit. Oop. You thought. Oh no, he accidentally ran under. That's probably not what he wanted, but hey, the damages are gonna be nice. Yep, all the way through SPG, you're not getting any of that. Kyo just absolutely dominating. And my Twitch on my end, like my stream chat, was being stupid. But now maybe hopefully we'll be fine. But yeah, Rockland Kyo, no surprise, dominating here. Boop, okay, fine. Triumph gets a good hit. Doesn't quite finish the combo. I feel like if you're not going to finish it, then the last hit should at least be an EX rather than a regular hit, so you can get your heart knocked down. So I'm guessing that was just an input error. Oh no! Q drops his own combo, but just is still fast enough to continue the pressure. Oops. He really likes that dive kick, maybe a little too much. But he's, he's been using it pretty well. Uh-oh, nice. Nope, not nice for you. Bam.
You know what that meant? That meant he said it's always my turn.
Yes.
That's what that meant. Because if he blocked that, he would have lost. But he said it's always my turn. I don't care what you think you're gonna do.
And it's true. Right now, it's pretty apparent that Triumph has never played Hotaru quite like this.
Get him.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? He's definitely playing super different. Using
Triumph, doing better in this match already than he did the entirety of the last one.
This is not how you're supposed to play this character, I thought.
Just get a...
Yeah, look at the offense.
Well, he only has this one last match left, right, in this set. Because this is first to two, obviously. And now Kyo is looking to put him down. Probably gonna spend that bar. Yep, boom. You one throw or strike away from death. Nice interruption. That 2C. One of the better buttons in the game. Boop. Okay, now he's got a chance. He's got a bar. Any next hit might actually do it. Lights might not actually fully kill, depending, but no. Rockland Q does not give him the leeway to get any of those confirms.
Aggressive Hotaru style in this situation.
You gotta love that, man. Like,
Solid stuff, solid stuff.
play there.
Cool Benny Maru shirt.
I really love to see
That's a really cool look.
games in general. But
I guess that's the 13 attire, KF13? No, wait, I guess the 15 attire. Did he wear something else?
It was interesting. I like I said.
I don't know.
The character personality.
That's a cool looking shirt is what I'm saying.
Kind of tell like who's playing.
Let's see if any of the other games have any cool matches playing. Rio Dunn versus Licensed Grappler is over. And over on the Street Fighter side, we have Chris D and Cuddle Fiend. There's a Combo Fiend, and I guess there's a Cuddle Fiend too.
another banger coming up.
But I don't think we need to see those. Why is the quality so low?
And that's gonna be
Says 1080p.
interesting because obviously Goichi
I guess it was just a momentary thing.
and the Marco.
Or, but no, these cameras look low quality, don't they? Whatever, who cares?
Killing it.
Who cares?
See kind of like what Silvera, how is Silvera gonna defend against Goichi's offense?
Goichi,
Seen Silvera play the
coming up again, I guess.
or any game.
I think when I was setting up for my stream, Goichi was also playing,
Seeing someone that you
and unsurprisingly he won.
get to round 3 and pulls on winner's side.
Oh, by the way, my stream took longer to set up because this mocap thing for some reason didn't accept my camera anymore for a bit.
It's a bit scary.
Because I did use my camera to record something else for Hessen Crash.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
I guess this software really doesn't like when anything else is daring
Razzle dazzle in their
to pry into the virtual eye that is my webcam.
because we already know Goichi feeling himself right now.
Goichi is feeling it.
There's Yipes and Cherry.
Curious to see what character.
My guy Fox and Brett's pretty cool too.
You know that's crazy?
It's crazy. People.
I mean, I guess I don't know him, but he's good on the mic.
Everyone's like, oh, Hokutomaru's such a menace, such a Tom
Secret top
He seems like a solid lad.
character. You got like, everyone's Tom, and Hokutomaru's Jerry.
Dude,
Like
Okay,
just chasing him
Goichi
down. Everyone
versus
pin him down. I'm surprised
somebody.
I haven't seen one yet.
Is that a pillow or a blanket?
whenever I get touched by Hokutomaru, I'll definitely be going, ah!
Kind of looks like they have it. Kind of looks like it's solidly placed on something, so maybe it's not a
Grounded.
It's never significant.
pillow.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know.
because of that, like you're not getting the craziest damage off how you would normally get against other characters. So that's kind of what makes Hokutomaru super strong.
What is this person trying to tell Goichi?
All right, we can play now.
Maybe I'm a huge fan. Or I will kill you and eat your children.
True, but you gotta be ready for that. That's the only thing he's gonna do.
Sure, but then
It's gotta be
sometimes
one of
you're
those.
Like, yes,
There's really no in between.
right?
Time for a meaty.
It's my turn. But
You doing
guess-
the skip Bayless? It's my turn.
So, Goichi has been rocking that Marco, one of the first to really show how good that character is.
Oh, okay. Now we
And he's gained popularity and renown since then.
Goichi, obviously, with,
And what's the opponent gonna be? Is it Hotaru like we saw for a second in the menu? Yes, it is.
let's see how she's gonna be able to play.
Yeah, this is going to be.
Confident
Yeah, you can see
projectile
that
start
Goichi's playing
by
with the
Goichi.
sword, right?
Yeah, because I think they know that
Oop.
the Hotaru can. The 4-frame DP is definitely something.
He's
to
being
worry
pretty
about.
careful. He knows how good Hotaru's tools are.
And that's so
I don't, that was an EX, right? So Silvera just didn't continue the combo.
Deflect, can't throw a
Might have
fireball
been,
like that.
a bit of a mishap. Oop, nice JD, you had to. Like, it was kind of obvious, right, that the
The throw there.
break DP would happen. Boom, overhead, yep, that's the thing.
Now you gotta guess.
Meteor or not, he's getting a combo. Nice fake out, gets the DP out of it.
Yeah,
Boom,
meter here.
killing with the super, beautiful stuff.
And I like that. I love the fact that he ended it early as well too, so he doesn't.
So even before the setups and stuff for Marco were found, I didn't really know why some people were thinking that character is not good. Because he's got a comboable overhead and lots of solid tools. And that's pretty much what Goichi just won with, and it's looking like he's doing it again, even though that was maybe a bit of a setup. Boom! That was kind of a fake setup, right? He was looking like he was going to meet you with something. His opponent respected it, and he got delay overheaded for it.
And in second round, you just get hit by sequence all day.
Boom. Not fast enough to get the jump in.
Nice hit confirm from the stand C right there. Gets a combo. We're gonna
Nice.
take it from
I find that run-up DP in the mid-screen combo kind of tricky, by the way. I guess I haven't tried it that much, but...
Doesn't get the rev blow, so you don't get the best meaning.
But I find it more difficult than all of these other plays make it seem. Okay, Guichi's got the corner. Fake out again with the DP. Silvera tries to react to the twitch, but he dies again for it.
You think I got a block?
It's almost like we're watching a replay.
The smart thing that Goichi's doing, he's choosing different feints.
Same corner, same situation. Boom.
Silvera's doing the DP because
Proof that not only I'm not the only one. Ooh, nice guard break, guard cancel.
Corner carry.
I'm not the only one who can't react to rev blows. Because he had his own rev blow ready and he could have cancelled into it.
again the challenge.
Boom.
Make up a quick rise jab. Goichi looking good here.
Oh yeah,
Takes
run
the-
up.
That Fireball Super is still privileged.
Ooh, one more.
Like, it's great for combos, and he can, you know, beat other projectiles full screen with it.
Yeah, frustrating.
Meanwhile, Preacher's not allowed to beat projectiles with a level 1 super anymore. For whatever reason.
That's what he does, man. I'm telling you, Goichi, one of the
Hint,
greatest
hint.
minds
They
of
should
his
give her that back.
art.
Hint, hint.
And he can still surprise you.
Yeah,
Not even because I don't think she's good, but like,
the winner's
out of principle. It's cool. It's a cool tool. She should have it. It wouldn't make her too strong.
go in the
Come on.
phase number 2. I think that's like tomorrow, I believe.
But yeah, Guichi,
Yeah, I forgot. We got two.
with a pretty good showing.
2
He
days,
took,
top 8 on Sunday.
Been a while since I had to do some of that.
did he win
That was a really great
at
display of,
Brussels Challenge? What was it again?
Marco versus
I think it was him
Obviously,
versus...
Silvera with Hotaru, it's just that Goichi just guessed right on everything.
Oh, who else was in Grand Finals? Oh, it was Fenrich, wasn't it?
It was definitely,
And Fenrich actually won that one after only getting second, quote-unquote, only
and that's kind of
at Evo Japan.
worst situation to be in, but also just like, man,
So yeah, I guess
how do
Guichi
I get any momentum?
here to take that first place now. Maybe it'll be a chain, right? The second place of today's, not today's, this event will take first place in the next one, etc., etc., etc.
Play earlier.
Yeah, I believe they had a
Probably not.
nice,
Also, something I've been meaning to mention the entire time,
that was the
there's one particular player, one very particular player
Zendo, we haven't seen
that I really want to see on stream,
what kind of character she's
and I hope we do.
see another winners qualifier.
And that's my guy, Dai.
The wave
Like my actual guy, Dai. Like I actually have met him and stuff.
matches moving forward.
And consider him, you know, a friend. Like, I guess I could kind of maybe consider Fox a friend, but I don't know. Like, he's a streamer who I watch and stuff, so I don't know. That's a little parasocial, isn't it? But yeah, Dai is my guy. He recently got sponsored by Mouse, a very well-established German esports team.
I would be so surprised
So he has,
on her block.
I guess on short notice, decided, or, you know, like, most of us only found out about it, like, the day before yesterday. That he's coming to Combo Breaker. He took that flight the day before yesterday, I think. And I'm hoping he will do well here. He's definitely good enough. Like, he took 9th at Brussels Challenge. And it was, like, really close. He definitely could have made top 8. So he's not just, like, pretty good for a European or pretty good for a German player or whatever. No, he's actually for real. And I hope he will show that off here. The main thing I'm worried about is that he took that flight really recently, like I said. And I don't know how much jet lag is going to affect him.
I would say she's kind of a gorilla, right?
But that's currently neither here nor there. We got a Janae here.
Yeah, she definitely likes
Don't think I know either of these two players.
good as like it's really hard to
But let's hope that maybe this Janae can show me some cool stuff.
dude, yeah, because that far C is so long.
yeah, and
Gato in this game is also really cool.
easy to get
Like he got some new tools and his old tools are good and he's, visually also pretty cool.
yeah, right there.
Boop. Yep. Bit of a treasure reset. In the corner you can do that with a heavy. But Cry with the Gato is unimpressed.
We saw Cry using the far C from
Boop.
there it is again.
RC, yep, just like our buckets just said.
No, it's really
Okay, Zendo making use of that very nice close C. Whoopsies.
Started the wrong time there.
Cry let him get away with something there. Uh-oh! At least you're not in the corner, but what are you doing? That is fucking stupid.
got a big full hiccup
Jesus. Like, Janae is good corner carry. You don't have to fucking give up, like, I don't know, 50% of your damage
Beat out that plus
to go for a back throw. That's not even guaranteed.
one cash out.
almost half the DP it every time.
I didn't like that.
Cash out on that damage.
I did not like that at all. Oh, also,
Another character that's been across
I guess let's focus on the match for now. Okay, gets that light convert, that close light, frame trap slash, whoops,
No rev blow and
slash link.
has probably
Which, by the way, as a frame trap is actually not that good, because usually you get your close B and then you're actually not close enough for a close C anymore. It's kind of annoying.
bad. It's like
But anyway, Zendo's making it work right now. Goes into the super, yep, solid stuff. That should lead to a safe jump. Even though with the height it sometimes is weird. Okay, gets it. But also Cry did not try to mash out.
C all day, every day.
Okay.
Zendo taking game number 1.
Quite convincingly.
Yes.
Deep breaths. Actually, I'm not sure which one of these is which, but who cares?
Kind of like
Ayo, counter it, and no, goes a little too far forward. And whoa, messes up twice in a row. That's bad news. And then tries to HD through the projectile. That's never gonna work. I mean, like, you could do that, but you wouldn't really, get much of a reward for it. That's super risky. Ayo.
so rev blow.
Zendo's definitely dominating hard right now.
It's expensive to guard cancel that, but you know what? It's the easiest guard cancel in the game.
Yeah, it is the easiest guard cancel. It's the only one I've been able to do
Dragging
on purpose.
Response there.
And even then,
Hold that pressure. Ooh, you gotta hold
not that often, because, you can only do it when you're in SPG, and,
and he's in overheat.
that's not always in your control. Uh-oh, pop.
but whatever, we still
Cry waking up a little bit. Manages to scramble his way back to a round win.
seeing
Has to win this match, otherwise he's gonna be sent to losers.
hit
It doesn't say losers in the round 3 pools thing, so I'm assuming it's winners.
Punishito.
But who knows?
I like that. You saw
Ayo, nice anti-air.
that was a cute getaway.
Da-da-da, delay, and doop-a-doop, super. Yes.
Okay, spend level 1, cash out on the damage
Pink.
right here. What's the meaty fireball or meaty jumping?
Empty low.
There he is, man.
Ah, it goes for the overhead a little too early.
Still in the rev blow situation, not anymore.
Now you're out of SPG, and the Cry is about to make you cry. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, this is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's gonna be... Oh, no, wait, he doesn't opt to use the meter. Gets the reset. Now use the super, please. Okay, you're gonna definitely kill without it, even.
Like, cry slow
Okay,
starter,
okay.
But once eventually it's like settled in,
The wheels start turning.
yeah, wheels start turning. Now we're in a 1-1 situation.
Love that empty jump low on the kick on the chase down.
Uh-oh. Wow, that is an interesting
Doesn't get the big
maneuver. I feel like... Okay, I think that has happened to me a bunch of times before also. We are just trying to do close C into feint,
Yeah, not against a move.
but, like, you kind of miss the timing slightly, or the input reader is weird about it, and you get your rev blow instead. So I think that's what happened there. I don't think then Zendo was trying to do one single hit into rev blow.
His, rev gauge though is so high. You gotta be careful.
One more touch, he's probably got the blow
Oh,
up.
that's an interesting
Oh, might
frame trap, question mark?
Oh,
Oh, that's plus. Probably no. It wasn't plus. What the fuck? I hate that, man. I really...
Again,
Like, I feel like they were too afraid to make any of Janae's dive kicks good. Like, EX Harrier is still pretty solid, actually, as a tool in general. But, like, the fact that that one wasn't plus is crazy. That wasn't a counter hit, so I guess Cry was just trying to jump out or something.
Yes.
yeah, that was a competitive.
So who knows if even that was plus.
Yeah, they're
But anyway, Zendo takes the round.
Out there.
okay.
Boop.
Nice confirm from Zendo. 3 hits.
They outside.
No anti-air.
Yep. Using the rev guard to push back.
Okay. Wow, okay.
Get the follow up from the ground.
Boom! You thought you could move? Nah, man, I'm the blind man. I don't see your frames, I just beat him.
Go with the hidden gear.
And he gets the hidden gear, so that 100% overheat is gonna be 0
Just play the song.
in just a second. Boom!
Tell me, because I'm brainwashed to hear the song every time I hear.
Every time I hear it too, man. And that's gonna be
They're stealing our meme, our hard edge meme, which we are the only progenitors of. Where when you hear the you think, no, turning the circle of time.
she's on the attack.
Oops, that's not the combo you want. But it's better than nothing.
Oh, she might take it.
I think he tried a JD. You can see Cry was
No, yeah, you went too low. And wow, Cry really didn't block that. But man, Zendo's messing up badly. Ah. Yeah, that's probably a bunch of nerves playing into that one.
That's a
Zendo had that twice. Oop, another big one. No, why did you go for the reset? The damage you get off of that is so ass. I mean, okay, I guess with that it gets better again. I'm so mad that Cry is not dealing with the fucking cross-ups at all. Nobody makes it that easy for me when I use them. And Zendo has not really, like, you know, set up the frame traps or anything to make Cry never press there or anything, so that kind of shit annoys me when I play a character and, you know, my opponents just never let me do a thing. Anyway. And that should be the end if Cry doesn't drop it, and that's how the story goes. Oh no, yep, Zendo, if that is the one on the left there, not happy, clearly. Understandably. That was a bunch of spaghetti.
That's strike throw game, baby.
A couple of times.
And the crazy part was I felt like it wasn't established until that final round.
At all.
Right.
We had not seen it represented whatsoever, and Zendo just
I guess they're talking about that cross-up. True. But I feel like after you see it once, you should be at least ready enough to, you know,
That was a great match. That was fun to
jump or block it. Like, not even get out of it really, but just block it.
I want to see that again.
at least run the first to 10 or
Because her frame advantage on block is not that good of that one. Even on hit,
Zendo's not out of there yet.
unless it's a counter hit, of course. She only is plus 4, which means the only combo she gets is off of close A. So on block, it's... Actually, I guess I don't know how plus it is on block, but it's probably close to 0. So if you just block it, you can pretty much, you know, deal with it.
Of course, but I'm sure he does.
So I'm a little miffed that it worked so well for the Janae there, but even then, it still didn't work out. Cry clutched it out. Let's check here. We got... well, I only read one of the names because I was hung up on the sponsors. But okay, that one just ended too. And here we have Twang and the Duke of Earl. Hey! I don't know the Duke of Earl as a player, but the Duke of Earl, I have seen them show up in Fox's, you know, Makoto Fox, the commentator, chat. I guess it makes sense since if they're also an Elfman player. Boop. Ah, nice late tech. Had the chance, had the timing, and this should kill. Gets a little bit of bar back. Didn't even really need it, it seems. But why not? Why not get that CS in there? Twang is a name that I've definitely heard more as a player. I don't actually remember how good they actually are. Couldn't even have told you that they're an Akatsuki player. Bup. I'm kind of leaving the City of the Wolves audio in the background so we know when the next set of that happens, because that's my main focus. I kind of wish they streamed Exert as well, because I need to kind of get into the swing of that game some more again, because I'll be commentating top 8 of that at Hessen Crash, but not of City of the Wolves, sadly. Huh. Nice pressure. Duke gets his stuff in. Okay, Coach Steve. He's a pretty strong player in general, and he's been rocking that Kevin. Kevin the mix machine, and also does a lot of damage. There's the setup. Okay, get some extra even. Okay. Boom. 2-touch. Don't know Ures. I feel like I might have read that name before. But hey, we'll see. They are rocking Hotaru, so they've got something going for them at least. Nice. Long range. Confirm.
It's such a great check.
He really doesn't have a bad button, man. Like, I feel like his worst buttons are pretty good.
Yeah.
Bit of a risky dive kick. Might have been punishable, but hey, who cares? Uh-oh, low profile, good stuff, but didn't, didn't have any stronger confirms really. Boop. Good block, and that makes you minus. Good stuff by Steve. Keeps his pressure going, even though I'm pretty sure that must be minus on block, right? Ooh, okay. Euros.
Same time though, his down
Not bad at all.
pretty much one of the best in the game.
Yeah. Let's go, Kevin!
Yeah, that child that hangs out on the stage on most stages when Kevin is playing. Nice! EX roll into the punish. Beautiful stuff. Boom. Level 1. Just another reminder that level 2s are kinda ass as far as damage goes most of the time. Boop. Oh no! Urez was trying to get out.
We're going to character select. Okay.
What character? Do you think we're still?
I'm thinking we're seeing Interior Rock.
Oh, we might switch.
Character change? Hokutomaru, okay. From one top tier to the next.
Top tier cast. Let me find out.
So I heard this guy's pretty good.
You know, Hokutomaru is just Hotaru with a couple extra letters.
Why would they do that?
So, he's gotta be stronger.
He's older. How many years does this take place? I feel like from
It's like a year later, right?
no way.
Yeah, no, it's a year later.
More letters means more stronger.
Word?
He's been hanging out in the city.
Okay. That's what the city does to you?
Apparently. Because he was a country boy before, but now he's a city boy.
Oops. Nope, that didn't even combo.
Too far for the confirm. If he did one
Steve cautiously blocking.
in the stampede, that would have worked.
Bro, he's just representing
Hokutomaru's
everything right now. And I don't
air stalling capabilities are out of this world.
Coach Steve,
I really wish Janae had something like that.
rev gauge though. It's already past.
Like, I don't know, man.
you're under arrest.
That would just be fun. Like, when I brought it up once in some...
I need one.
Who was it?
Ground for Coach Steve right now. There it is.
Look at the
Was some
setup,
player.
makeup,
Some
he tried
pretty
to
good
rev
player...
startup frames.
Don't remember who, but I brought that up and it was like, man, I wish Janae had something like that. And they were like,
He's like,
no, she's already good. First off,
gotta wake up DP.
I wasn't even saying anything. Second off,
Because that's the thing. Like this character can run away.
but it would be fun.
Problem is, once you get pinned
It
down
would be
there,
fun. Also, I think she is not
it's kind
that
of
good.
like
She's
not in
fine.
your favor.
She's okay.
Like, yeah, all you got is to wake
But
up,
compared to
or you can JD Gar cancel
the good characters, I think she's lacking a little bit. Oopsies.
definitely in his favor because his ground game is really strong.
Ground game,
She's either missing
nice jump out.
some neutral tools because her, her neutral game's kind of meh.
Try to jump out of everything.
Her far buttons are all bad.
Jumping out, Coach Steve.
Or she's missing some kind of sauce to mix people up with, to open them up with some more.
Gotta jump out. No, that could have been a big
If she had one of those things, she'd be good. If she had both, she'd be, potentially top tier. Oopsie.
Wow, I'm surprised that anti-air.
Oh boy.
Blow.
bro. Best rub blow in the game. Insane.
Eurus with that Hokutomaru, looking a bit more alive in that second round.
Coach Steve, you are on match point. Little kid, let's go, Kevin.
Let's go, Kevin. Make it
Okay,
happen.
gets on in there with a pseudo frame trap. Sometimes when you just play with the opponent's reactions, kind of,
You gotta hear it. That's
even though you're not plus and it's not technically a frame trap, you're kind of making it
one hit away, 2 bars.
like a mental frame trap.
Life bar from one
Like you
whip.
dash in and the opponent thinks, oh shit, I gotta press a button. And then you're already in there because, your dash is too fast to react to, actually.
2 level 1s if he wants to.
And then you catch him like that.
Level 1,
And I think that's what happened here. Here, the level 2 will kill, but the level 1 probably would have as well. Still though, good choice.
Explosions. Perfect game again.
I mean, that's Kevin.
Good stuff by Coach Stoach. By Kiev Steve.
Fudge Kev.
Man, that is
Here we have Gary Butternubs and Zach Cat.
calm down with that
Don't know
damage.
either of them.
Oh yeah, that was
Yanai versus Inari. I think I've heard of Yanai. Alright, he's part of Ibushigin,
wow. That was really
so
fun
that's
to watch.
probably where I heard about
I
him.
mean, all these matches are fun to watch,
All-
honestly.
yeah,
Man.
all-
Like, I know it's early in the game's lifespan, and we usually get that new game smell on it for a little while.
That's,
This game, I think it's got legs. If these matches are this hype,
Wait, I was gonna say that that's Momochi's team, but Shinobism
Can't wait for more
is...
matches in general.
Or is that
This
the same
is
thing? I don't even
day
know anymore.
one of Combo Break
Oh.
2025. We have 3
Get
days
him.
worth of
Good call.
Twisted Wolves and a lot
Getting
of
that perfect parry into the
watching
DI, to get through the rest of that projectile and get a punish still.
our block, me and Help Pockets, and we're gonna do a little
Shows a lot of
break here,
matchup
some
knowledge.
and you're gonna get more Fury action coming soon.
But now you gotta hold this wind. Isar. Oops.
Yep, see you soon.
Oh no! If he had gone for a throw, he could have maybe, gotten rid of the threat of the Isar, but who cares? I guess he's not threatened at all.
New Chipotle honey chicken brings a hint of pure honey and seared smoked peppers.
They're an ad playing.
Fresh chicken hot off the
Sure is.
for Chipotle heat with the
Okay, well now that's match over. I mean, we just saw Dictator's level 3 animation, so we can guess who won that one.
Gary Bardanov's probably the best round.
That wasn't robbery, my man.
Cheesus!
He's getting cooked, Gary. No.
Yeah, you can't let him get away with that. It's the
Fox
point, though.
really dislikes
Okay, I don't really know
most,
about
like,
that, though.
the term robbery, I guess, in fighting games. And for the most part, I kind of agree. A lot of the time when people say robbery, like, oh, he got robbed or whatever,
Oh, no, not
they just got outplayed. Like, you know, if I make a comeback when I'm at like 1% HP and I win, that's probably because I made a couple of good reads and outplayed my opponent well enough. That's not robbery. That's earned. I worked for that money. The only cases where it's like actually robbery is when it kind of feels like it's out of players' hands, you know, like something random happens or something that, what the hell? Something that seems random happens, like, you know, a weird hit-hurtbox interaction that neither player would have known about because it's just rare and silly and weird. You know, in cases like that, you can speak of robbery. But when somebody makes a comeback, that's not robbery, bro. It ain't. Oh, hey, there's Momochi. I just talked about him. Zeta.
One of my favorite players of all time.
Mine too, Sherry. Mine.
Vicky Viper apparently also part of the team. It feels like everybody has a tag on them. But you know, it's hard to tell if, like, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure like Momochi is actually sponsored by an actual sponsored stuff. But you know, a lot of the time people have tags in them, and their team or whatever doesn't actually pay for anything. It's just kind of their team, like a, you know, like back in the days of Warcraft 3, for example, when I played that. Wow, what the hell did I just click on? We had clans. Wow, fucking goddamn it, my mouse is so annoying. Ugh. I'm clicking on something once and it just gives me a double click for no good reason. Okay, whatever. Are we back here? No. Looks like they are button checking. And they are talking. I guess let's listen to them talk.
That's nice. Finishing ahead schedule. Let's go.
Why
Bulls,
it have to be the one match
you know.
I really was
Yeah,
just
let's go
hyping
just
up?
wiping people out. You know, no game threes for us
Okay.
here. Just absolutely cooking up the guy that your commentator gassed up for, like, you know, the entire block. That's what I'm talking about. That's
Guess they were,
around here, so.
you know, the matches finished faster than they
I'm
thought
feeling good,
they
you know.
would.
I thought that was great. Those were some great
That was
matches.
good stuff. That was amazing
So, you know,
work.
thanks for watching. We've been Brett and Fox.
We will. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah,
There's
we got more
on-
tonight.
there's
All
more on
day,
tonight,
all day. But
Okay. So that is also going to go into a break. This break's still going on, so let's go.
Years of it, and yeah, that's the first
Ninja
time
matchup.
Michoko came out.
Momochi rocking that. Mai has been representing her a decent amount recently, but I feel like he often loses, then switches to Ed, and then wins. So I don't know. Like, Mai is clearly strong, but, you know, Ed is also strong enough. And, you know, it could just be Momochi being like, okay, well,
Like Kimberly is the character that
my Ed is currently still better, but I have to practice my Mai eventually. So he's taking any chance he can for that.
that's why they
That makes sense.
Team Kimberly.
But hey, I guess he didn't need any practice for this one, because that was a perfect.
A lot of Momochi in this case thrives against good, clean play, right? That character, not to say that Kimberly is not clean, but dirty in the sense that
Oop.
she can set you up for some serious offense where you gotta watch the show
Okay.
boss risk repeat the whole time. Meaning you're gonna be on knock
Airspace protected.
So I don't think anybody that wants to play
Fans flying wild.
For sure. But
Momochi with like the perfect spacing, like, you know, standing at a range where Big Viper's just gonna land and he walks forward just a few steps to get the grab.
especially when you're a character that
Uh-oh.
anti-airs with DP.
Vic with the offense now.
He's been kind of standing in the range where he doesn't get baited to do DP.
Momochi just kind of holds it patiently.
But in range to get a normal offense.
And that did lead Vic to burning out.
is correct. There were a couple of Kimberlys in your side, huh?
Oh, footsies. You might be dead.
First characters I tried playing.
Not quite, okay.
Yeah, that's
Wasn't sure how far he could extend that combo.
oh man, that's
But a swift trade is gonna seal the deal. Momochi
la mezcla,
La mezcla.
mix up.
being the better ninja here.
CD Junya
He does have that, like,
already mounted your
real life gimmick, I guess, of
we getting comfortable here.
being an actual descendant of real-life ninjas. So I wonder if that's one of the reasons why he's repping my... That's also why his team is called Shinobism, right? Oops. You thought you could press, but you burnt out, mofo. Boom. GG's. You got one more round to make a comeback. If you can't take this one, then you're gonna have to step down into the loser's bracket. Momochi has always been one of my favorite Street Fighter players. His style just kind of vibes with me. Like, I would describe it as smart, and that's why I like it, but maybe that's just maybe I don't know if that's really smart, it's just the style that agrees with my ideas. Hey, it's similar to PPMD in Smash Melee. I get a similar feel from him. Just, well-paced, well-spaced, well done. Just like how I like my steaks. Ha! Yeah, take that. Oh, you like your steak to taste like leather? Shut the fuck up. Just because you've never had a good well-done steak doesn't mean I can't enjoy them. So all of these are on break right now. 5 minutes for this one. Be right back on this one, who can say? And now this one... Well, it's not on break, I guess, at least. This one also is on the official Capcom Fighters channel. The other two are on, regular fighting game stream channels. Funky P for City of the Wolves and Low Kick Esports for Under Night. I guess while they're yapping, let me see if I can find any more Combo Breaker or other streams. There is Tekken. I just caught a glimpse of a Reina thumbnail, but that seems to be gone already. Marvel. Killer Instinct. As much as I would like to support Spooky, that's just not a game I care about. Strive? Ah, Guilty Gear Rising. Not Guilty Gear. Granblue Rising. Not a game that I'm really into either, but... Oh great, my internet's messing around again. Yeah, I guess it is my internet because now my stream is reconnecting as well. Which means that it is my internet indeed. But the recording's still going, so we're gonna sit here suffering together. Haha. Today I was asked to record a little thing for... Okay, we're back. For Hessen Crash, I mentioned that a little earlier. A little thing, kind of just a clip, I guess, of me saying who I am and that I'm coming to Hessen Crash and why I like it. So I did that. I wonder what the finished, like, the guy there was asked by his answer, another really cool, really good fighting game dude. He said he's putting together like a video of multiple people doing the same thing. So I wonder what the end product will look like, how much of that he will even use. Because I was being a little silly, teehee. And then the serious part, I feel like it wasn't wasn't all that interesting. But, I tried. I made something. And he hasn't responded back yet. So he probably hates it and hates me now, and I'm gonna be, they're gonna take back, they're gonna cancel my Hessen Crash commentary spot and ban me from fighting games forever. Oops, dodged him. But yeah, this game, haven't been too into it. But as I mentioned, did I mention it on my streams? Basically, I think I did, but I guess I might as well say it. When Galleon was announced, I saw a trailer and she looked kind of cool. So I did my very funny thing, where I posted in the Discord, like, okay, who's gonna buy me the game and Galleon? And another cool fighting game dude, I guess I'm talking about a lot of them today, Mick, was like, I'll buy you the game, but you gotta buy the character yourself. And I was like, all right, and he did. So now I own the game, and so now I feel like I owe it at least to pay a little bit of attention to it and, you know, try some stuff, and at least, you know, when the character comes out, give her a try. The sad thing is that out of the main roster, not the main roster, the base roster, you know, without DLCs of the game, doesn't contain most of the characters that I want to try out. Really. On top of course, Galleon, who's not out yet. Like, the one I kind of want to try the most is Beatrix, and she's DLC. And then there's also Versusia. She looks cool, even though I've recently seen that she might be a bit of a zoner, so that might not be for me after all. Why is everything on break? You can't be serious. At least this one's only 20 more seconds, but still, jeez, man. So I've been mostly just doing those daily quests that the game has to earn rupees, because if you have enough rupees, you can actually unlock a character. But they are so expensive that there's no way I can get enough to unlock Galleon when she comes out, by the time she comes out. But still, can't hurt to get those. And luckily you can get those dailies by just playing CPU matches. Just one CPU match usually does it. And sometimes you gotta do some extra stuff, like go into a lobby and use an emote. They've also asked for like playing a casual or a ranked match, which I was like, nah. Or you playing the Grand Bruise mode, which I was also noping out of.
I'm still like kind of waiting. Like we're here on Low Cookie Sports.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Now that it's not Fox on the mic anymore, I care less about this. Okay, here. Not like a huge fan of either of these commentators, but don't hate them, I guess. And I, you know, do like the game. And Capcom, Sunbreak. So are they, I guess.
And the man Kevin Ryan himself is up to bat.
Kevin Ryan, yeah, a character
that Coach, nope, it's not Coach Steve, just the same color that he used. And another Janae.
Needs one or two hits, he's gonna lock it down. But we're gonna see as these players go in. Some other players I wanted to mention too, of course, you guys know, coming from New York City. We got Alex Smith out here, and we got Green Tea. Green Tea's a player I'm super excited to play. If you guys like some dong, you're gonna get that. But of course, we're gonna get this Kevin in his beat.
I should wish Dai good luck, actually.
Let's do it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real explosive one to start off. Kevin, kind of crowned as like the two-touch king.
Yes.
Has 50-50s. So
there he is.
I wonder if we'll see any of those here.
Yeah, BJNA has some great mix herself, right? Especially going with the breakable overhead kick in the air that you might see. There's the drill too.
Add a little turtle emote if I can find one.
Kevin himself doesn't have the best anti-airs, right? Looks like this is also a button check, so we don't need to. I don't think we need to
Hey,
get too much into this.
Discord told me I had free free Nitro for a while because it's like the anniversary or some shit. But I just can't do the thing where it says you need Nitro. Whatever, I just post the regular turtle.
And they switched their buttons like 4 times, and apparently what happened was Rockland Kyo switched the button.
Alright, what happened? Were they just button checking, or...?
Did they switch controllers or something?
No, I don't know. I think it was because they went back out to the versus menu and then
they switched sides.
Yeah,
they locked the controls from the. Oh no.
Was there a technical problem in the first round?
Yes, I'm gonna travel to this tournament. I'm gonna fly out here to this tournament where there's big implications, right? 3 EWC qualifier spots, 1 SWC, and I'm gonna lose my first game because I don't have my buttons set. Where are my priorities? But so we're gonna lock it in right now with the choices here.
So we got what do you do? That's a pretty good name.
I like that.
That's a pretty good name versus Ryan Holt.
Did one of them lose the match because of a controller flab? Or what were they saying? Or is that just a button check anyway?
The pace gets set, I should say.
I guess we'll see by the score in a second. Get distracted wishing a friend well in the tournament, and all of a sudden everything's weird.
Where Marky isn't there. That's how you counterpick Kevin. Because he has the moral support in the background, right? Yeah. So you gotta get Marky, because Marky be talking crazy.
Burber.
It's like them kids. You ever seen them kids? They kind of curse out their parents, bro. That's Marky, bro. He ain't got no supervision. There he is.
It's 0-0. What do you do versus Reinhold?
He's watching between that and Beavis and Butthead, right?
You know, if you're gonna call yourself Reinhold, you should at least be playing Kain, the German character. Ah, you weren't ready, but I'm also never ready. That shit is impossible to react to. But damn, both of them flubbing their execution a little bit. Somehow, What Do You Do has taken a lot of damage in the process, though. What the fuck is this? I guess it's round 1 pools, so... no, what the okay, you know what happens. Sheesh. Not... like, that EX... I keep wanting to look up what it's called again. It's a weird name that I keep forgetting. This move. That, yeah, clearly doesn't leave you close enough to grab, so stop trying it, please. Okay, that's an option. Okay, let's go. Only one hit off the far C. Seems like What Do You Do might be a little unfamiliar still with the game. Okay, gets a hit. Okay, good. At least knows to go into the heavy move. Nice block. No! Yeah, that super is actually less terrible on block than it looks, I guess. And it's a little deceptive also because of the explosion, when you can actually start hitting and how far away you are and stuff. But yeah, dash up is not a possibility. Okay, still takes the round though. I suppose they are kind of evenly matched, eh? Tossed. Meaty? Nope. Tries to bait something. I guess What Do You Do does have a super bar. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no, oh man. Side switch, just raw, do it. Man, they're just swinging, and he really likes that button, even if he doesn't know how to convert off of it properly. Just one heavy into another heavy, if that stacks up enough. Oh no. Probably was a misinput. But who cares?
That's raw damage too. That's just raw level 1, right? Level 1s in this game, that's been a topic a lot of players have.
No, please. Please don't do this to me. No. Yeah, it might be my internet. Or, I don't know, man. Like, the rest of my internet kind of works, I think. No?
Level 1s feel important.
It's hard to say, because just as I try to load something else, Twitch also started working again, so... I don't know.
Jenny Maru coming in.
She learned from the GOAT, baby.
Kevin 6B, that 2-hit kick move there. It's pretty good. You can convert off of counter hit on that one, and the range and stuff is good. Kind of a menacing move. Nope. Wake up counter with Janae is kind of just fake as fuck, because it doesn't activate frame 1. Oop. And it doesn't even beat lows. And obviously it loses the grabs. Wow. That was a very extended hurtbox swinging into that kick. Misinput. Wow! Okay, I kind of want to see that in slow-mo. Yeah, that was funky.
See, again, we're getting a lot of this like incremental damage, but you gotta get something to stick. The throw's gonna work. Overhead does kill. Do we go for it?
Oop, nope, not today.
Chip damage is gonna be close as well. The 2D, you get another OTG off of that wild.
Oh boy. Man, that was a scramble. Ayo, Fiber. I am the combo. I'm the combo waker. You know, like okay, that's a way to do that. You know, I'm like the Wind Waker, but for combos. Oops. Yeah, come on. Normal grab. She's in. Yep. She does have SPG active, but she's also... Oh my god. Oh my god, what are you guys doing? No, they're no, what the hell? What? The last hit didn't come out? What, huh? Oh my... Why would you grab after that? Hit the button too early. This is plus now. Okay, well, this is such a scramble, man. What the hell? Wake up, grab, and it worked because because Reinhold mistimed his attack so badly. Oh my god, that is the match of all time. God damn.
Listen, Pirates, I mean, they be stealing, but they definitely know their rights, right? You know what I'm saying? They gotta make sure they cheat.
I mean, why does that keep counter-hitting?
Back throw into the corner. You have corner control.
That move is... You cannot be hitting a button after that! That is minus as hell! You might even be punishable at that height. What the fuck? Oh my god. And Reinhold clearly doesn't know, because he's letting What Do You Do get away with it, and once again the stream, or Twitch, or my internet is bugging. Yeah, no, it's my internet. Reconnecting. I don't know what's going on. My internet has been... Okay. Yes, connection issues. My internet has been wonky the last bunch of days. Today seems extra bad. Stop using that fucking dive kick. I mean, I guess if it works, then hey, it works, but it really shouldn't. Especially the way you're using it is really bad. But hey, as I said, if it works, if your opponent isn't dealing with it, then why not? Fuck it. Throw caution to the wind while we minus frames into a rev blow. City of the Wolves classic. Damn, he really likes that wake up level 1. Oop. Yeah, I guess you didn't catch my answer because the stream still wasn't back, I suppose. Yes, I'm having internet issues, and there they are again. Great! Okay. Are we okay now? Please. I'm just trying to fucking stream and watch a stream. You can't be serious. This can't be real, man. Okay, are we live now? Nope, maybe not. This is crazy. If at least I could still watch the stream, so that the recording is fine, but like, you know, when the internet goes down, it's all fine. Why are you not muted? There we go.
That's huge, man. Okay, this is a big confirm here. Red line level 2 super.
Yeah, I guess I'll type it into chat. That should surely reach, even if the stream itself doesn't. Please don't let her do that. When she hits you, when you block the dive kick from that far up, you can hit any button. She's so minus.
Again, I like that recognition. Blocks the rev blow.
That's kind of funny.
It's the right answer.
It is. Wow. Too early on.
That's frames. Okay, this time gets the grab, but only because Kevin extended his hurt box with a rev blow. No, please kill her for that. Please don't drop the combo. Oh my fucking god. The most undeserved victory I have ever seen. Obviously, I always get extra salty about these kinds of things if it's my character getting away with bullshit. But that's just how it is.
What do you do? Ends up losing the first game and running 2 back straight to move on in this bracket. And I'm curious
because it's personal, right? I don't want anybody watching to think that Janae did anything good in that one. Like it's like that dive kick isn't good.
Maybe some more Kevins. Maybe.
You got Coach Steve. You got Kevin's strongest warrior.
In our side of the bracket for now, we do have Alex Smith, who's like one of the better BJNA players, right? So we will see Alex Smith.
Okay, so I guess there's another solid Janae player that will hopefully show us not to dive kick at, you know, top range on block all the time. It's just a really bad dive kick. It's the weirdest dive kick I've seen in a long time. I've talked about it on stream, I think, but I've definitely said it on like in the Discord, but I'm not sure I've talked about it on my stream. It is so bizarrely balanced because first off, on normal hit you can never ever get a combo because it's like +2 or something at best, or +3 maybe, I don't know. The only way you're getting a combo out of that dive kick is on counter hit, which, like, that's fine, I guess, you know, make it, you know, make it, whatever. But the thing is, the only way you're actually getting a good advantage out of it is if you hit the opponent as far up as possible. But on block,
On stream all weekend.
if they block it as far up as possible, which is kind of what you have to go for if you want the advantage on hit, then it is also at its most punishable, at its most minus. So if you space it in a way that could get you a hit, you're also spacing it to get punished on block, which is so fucking bad. Usually, dive kicks either are so busted that they are plus, get a combo and whatever, no matter where you hit them. Look at Marvel vs. Capcom 3, for example. Or they're balanced around, you know, spacing them well. Spacing them so that they hit lower to the ground, lower to the opponent's body, kind of meaty-ish. This one is just bad.
That's what I want to hear.
He's got 4 follow-ups, and the cross-up one,
So yeah,
literally teleports.
you can technically get a combo if you space it at the very top of the head and get a counter hit. But if you do that, you're also risking getting punished yourself. And it's just so bad. If you hit them lower to their body, you're never ever getting a combo. And the frame advantage is also not going to be very good. Is that an original Xbox controller in white? Or is it like styled after that? Because why the fuck would you want that? I'm thinking it is like styled after that because it's obviously not the exact same thing. But like, you see the little black and white buttons above the X, Y, A, B buttons? That's what the original Xbox controller looked like. Why would you want that? I mean, I guess the layout of the buttons is a little more arcade sticky because you got those buttons laid out like that, but it's not even holding the controller like that. That seems fucking... Why would you want that controller out of every single option? Well, I guess maybe he grew up on that and that's just his favorite.
Like in this block alone, we got Reject Akira, typically a Street Fighter player. We got Gamer B, also typically a Street Fighter player. So you got a lot of crossover. Of course, Sonic Fox has been playing as well, Skullgirls and MK.
We got another Kevin.
Last night was crazy. So in the
and a Gato, I think, yep.
It was like 3 or 4 hours straight.
2 characters with some big mix.
Literally like
big damage.
Like he was just
Gato more well-rounded. Kevin more of an Oki machine.
He's been synonymous with the character that I've seen rise the ranks, right? Become a little bit stronger in the eyes of the players, and a lot of people speculating. Gato can hit hard, and when he does, we'll see.
Danny Koff and Captain Cream.
Captain Cream running. I'm glad he's running Kevin. I'm like, you can't have Captain Cream as your name and not be playing Kevin, right? Because he just creams out all that damage. You feel me?
Got him.
Speaking of damage, there's a palm confirm.
Nice.
Just a throw.
It's really ugly, right? We got that back turn. You see it coming out there. There's the follow-up, the full link. Gato has many different options from that back turn. He has a command.
Meaties, frame traps, chipping you down. Wow. You do not get your turn. I'm gonna DP. Yeah. Side switch, okay. And since Danny or whatever wasn't ready, Cream even managed to get a button in there, but it is not that impactful.
Yeah, which is so huge in this game, right? Cutting off that stage, putting them to the wall, making them look at their
okay.
Hold the phone, caught in 4K, baby. There is universal anti-air. Going right over the highs.
Okay, we're in there. Yeah, okay.
Boom.
Into the reset. Whoa!
Yeah, expensive.
Yeah, that was some mind games. I never
okay.
seen that.
Was a little too far for that grab.
Didn't even bite it, right? So,
and still gets his little mix in.
Yeah, Gato players will go for that. And, I mean, just characters in general.
No! Combo drop of the biggest variety. And wow, Captain Cream just immediately goes for level 2. See, that's one of the rare level 2s that might actually be worth using because you use it so early in the combo, which means the scaling isn't that big yet. So the ruinous scaling on level 2s usually doesn't apply there. And then he still gets to continue his combo. So I haven't done the math for him. But that might be one of the rare level 2s that you actually might want to use. Though he also has routes to use both his level 1 and level 2 in one combo, which might end up doing more damage, I'm not sure. But at least there's an idea there.
But like his jabs are so good that it kind of just like it kind of defeats the purpose of having bad defense because like his stand jab is great, his 2A is great.
Careful approach. Yo, not now throwing all caution to the wind. Wind, not win. Win is what they're trying to do. Frame trap denied. Cream read that throw. Gets his own corner set up. Okay. Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, could have killed with a super for sure. Light confirm into bingo is very powerful for Gato. Not Gato. I mean, I guess for Gato as well, but especially for Kevin. Light confirms into super, level 1 super are in general really good in this game. Nice end here. Is that plus? I see Kevin's do that all the time. They do that, you know, kick and then just keep on going with a jab. Surely that's not plus.
Come on, guys.
There's a whole lot of orphans in this roster for some reason.
But they keep doing it.
What's going on in Southtown?
Nobody wants to take accountability in Southtown, bro. Where's the one for milk and left? All right, got to.
Cream in SPG right now, gets his level 1 super. I'm guessing Danny probably saw the SPG and was like, okay, you're gonna rev blow, I'm gonna grab you. But that's not what happened. But now no more threat of that, and you should be dead.
Danny Koff, one more game away. And he's coming in hot. Look at that. Every single bar he needs. Won't be able to hit a
Man, I'm so bummed that I'm not doing this game's top 8 at Hessen Crash. Oof. Asked Sinjul again today, like, hey, I don't want to be annoying, but I just want to, you know, present myself for top 8 again. You know, you probably want to use the you know, the bigger names that'll be there in commentary. But I know I can hold my own, you know, with them, I guess. And I'm not usually confident like that. But he was like, we've already decided on our top 8. And I was like, so there's no chance? And he was like, maybe if somebody doesn't show up or something. So yeah. I'm not getting that top 8 and it's a bummer. Oop. So I'd probably just be doing, you know, pools and top whatever, top 64, I don't know, man. Hopefully I'll still be able to get some great matches to commentate. The competition should be pretty good at that event since it's a qualifier for EWC. Boom. Hey. That I don't think that was a perfect setup, but it still worked. Nice eye by Cream to time that manually. Bonk.
Nicely done. Captain Cream really figured out what he had to do. Danny Koff slowing down actually here.
Now he's on set point, yeah. Oh no, I doubt Danny Koff wanted that. Might be one of those cases where, like, the input, you know, if you want a quarter circle and you accidentally get a DP, you can prevent that by going quarter circle up forward to prevent that. But if you're not, you know, not even thinking about accidentally getting that DP, you're probably not going to do it, and then you'll be messed up. Just like we've seen here. He does still have a tiny bit of SPG left, so nope, not anymore. He should be dead. Level 1 incoming, might not even need it. Okay, just do it. Sheesh. Fucking...
I saw that they zoomed in on that. I saw it. I was like, "What is that contraption?"
Is that the original Xbox controller?
Yes. I mean, not quite, but yes.
It looks like a modification of it.
So weird.
No way you're playing on that. And
that is just the weirdest, man. You can't legally play on that. I should call the cops. I should literally just call the cops. Another Earthnum. That's my character. If it wasn't clear. We got 2 people that I don't recognize. Cryptid and Carson is up. I know that name at least. And here we got, hey, 2B. Gold Yora. Good name, I guess. Damn, that guy cares. Or maybe he's just... Oops, okay, that's a... Wow, did I tune into some weird comedy show? See a dude make some weird faces, play his own beat or something, and then lose his hat? That looked like a bit. To be another character that, of course, I would like to try, who is another DLC character. Wink. Oh, that thing just chases you down like that? Wow. Boom. The super. By the way, we're going in already? No, not quite.
Every game is gonna have a bottom character, right?
Tizok and Preacher.
Talk to me about Preacher. I know this is your girl, man.
Yeah, she was in the beta. I played this character a whole lot. When the
I
game
played
came
her a
out,
lot
I
in the
wanted
first
to
beta too.
play Billy. I thought she got. I think she's a strong character still.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the biggest thing.
No, please. Please don't. It's like, you know, that
Is that she's
coming to
a
get you
character where
type energy,
you
but
need
we're
to
back.
pick the right option for the right scenario rather than having an option that can cover
Oh
several
no!
scenarios.
Big
I was
mistake.
talking with Juicebox at length yesterday about this character and how he feels.
Nun City sure likes that rev blow.
It's just some of those scenarios just feel a little better.
Meaty
and it
projectile.
kind of feels bad. But I think like her mid-range
Oh,
footsies is
a little
fine.
short for that one, but hey, accidental or rather, you know, bait on purpose. Get the whip punish. Keep the truck driving. Okay, that should work. That's a case where I'm pretty sure the regular DP wouldn't have reached because of the height. So using level 1 there, good call. And then just denies the aerial approach with a good jump light.
Sits in the lab for hours on end labbing guard cancels.
Totally. Shout out to Automatic. Wish you were here, homie. But, missing the anti-hit.
Okay, reset. I think that was a counter hit, so she could have comboed. No, what are you doing? Oh, that is so punishable.
Okay, target combo in response.
Rice and Cinnamon not getting too much damage out of that, so sadly. Oop. That's the counter hit, but man, Nun City leaving damage on the table, but this time gets at least some of it. And this is a bad day for streaming, holy crap. Oop. Well, that's gonna hurt, but it's not gonna make up for the life deficit yet. And since it's probably the hidden gear, I think it is, he's not gonna get a huge setup off of that. Okay, but he gets another hit. Oh, the read was great! Block! Rev... Ooh, nice! Knows the gap. I was gonna say Rev Guard so you don't get chipped out. But didn't even need it. Wow. Rice and Cinnamon. With an actually huge combat. That air grab read was fucking sick. The rest was like, it's just, that's what you do, I guess. But the air grab read, splendid. That's the wrong super for your combo. I mean, I guess the opponent wasn't quite in the corner, so Preacher might have... What the fuck are you doing? So Preacher might have ended up in the corner with the other super. But, yeah, I think it's still worth it because you get so much frame advantage that you can actually still cross back up.
Sick stuff, yeah, you can see him even smiling. Gotta pat himself on the back. That was an exciting comeback.
Also, the names here, Rice and Cinnamon and Nun City.
I love it.
Lots of mistakes for both of them, but, some good reads and whatnot. Ronaldo, I see. Still hoping I can replace him with Barrow from Blue Lock sooner rather than later. But sadly that won't change the experience when watching streams, and my opponents wouldn't see that if I were to play him, which I still wouldn't. I mean, if it was actually really Barrow, I might actually, I probably would play him. But as just a mod, I still wouldn't. Oops. So yeah, Ronaldo, very different character from T-Zug. Okay, gets the hard knockdown, but doesn't seem to have him set up prepared. Oh. Don't die on overheating. Block anything and you're out. Okay, it's just going down, but you snip, nope, now you're overheated. The change has not made that much of a difference, but no, wait, oh no, the spaghetti. They're not even in SPG, but the spaghetti is all over the floor. But yeah, somehow, despite everything, Rice and Cinnamon is actually the one leading this one. But the guard gauge, oh no, oh no.
He said, I got one myself, homie. I can pull it out. Preacher be balling, be balling. Nah,
should be shot calling. Nice round start SPG, the duck under. Oh, do it again.
Rice and Cinnamon having some real trouble dealing with the cross-up. Nice stuff, but Nun City just pressing buttons after the minus frame overhead. Okay. Okay, just spent the level 2. Okay, sure, why not? You were even in friggin' SPG, at least use hidden gear. What the fuck? Oh well.
How practice is this Ronaldo? Because he's going for target combo a lot.
Yeah.
He's not doing any of
Oops.
the bigger combos. So I
Okay,
wonder how
nice
fresh this is
confirm.
compared to the T-Zoc where we saw some more combos. Yeah.
Nun City once again
Backsway again into the
clawing their way back to an even life situation. No, you might as well lose again. No, I don't think that's gonna hit. Wait, nope, nope, nope.
GG's. I felt the jump coming from
That
a mile
was
away.
a match.
Making the comeback there. Exciting game though from both. I like it.
Damn, dude.
I love the freeze frame on that super where like the ball is in front of him while he's doing the whole animation or her feet are right.
Okay. Oh, there's Beatrix, my girl.
I mean, there's another
Or
Ronaldo
not
in
anymore.
these set of pools. Too easy. The one who got third at
Cool
maximum.
cow.
For those who ended up watching that, MK player, I'm pretty sure.
I think this guy's called like Sheox or something.
Sponsored by Alliance.
I don't like when in fighting games you can't see the names of the characters. I think they're actually there, but blocked by the, the player tags in this UI. But yeah, somebody who's not too familiar with the game, when I see a stream and I can't see the characters' names, that's always a little annoying. Please. Please. But yeah, I think Beatrix is considered to be really good in this game, in this version. I think when she released, she was considered like OP. Not sure how that has developed. I think that's been a while. Oh, come on, man. Okay.
You mentioned sponsors.
Counter hit.
Everybody's sponsored right now,
Bro,
man.
like if you find the in-cross tweet and like we've been putting the sponsors on the Wikipedia,
Into the
like, almost every
super duper.
every Asian player except like RB has a sponsor.
I'm not too familiar with the Skybound art. Was this one the Super Skybound art?
Sorry, RB. We love you, bro.
I don't know.
He's got to play better characters. But yeah, RB is the only one. But even a lot of our players that we know
DP.
are sponsored. We're seeing some people
Right, Beatrix has a command grab.
who isn't here, but like,
That's always nice.
Kumago who's here, Shadow X who's here. So
And I think I recall it having a pretty neat animation. She headbutts you or something.
get those rewards. And speaking of players who watched for a while, Cookie, who we got coming?
Just DP every time there's a reset. That's the fucking real shit.
That was the lore that I heard last
Well.
year. He didn't even practice KOF, he's just playing Valorant. might be the GOAT, but
Okay.
yeah, Chicago native and
Okay.
Decimo coming
Blocks
up.
the guard cancel, but doesn't get anything.
Which is not
Oop.
surprising. He plays weird characters in KOF like Kukri, so...
Not only that,
She's going absolutely crazy. I think she has a special win animation over this, right? Like a...
But you know what I also know for
Wait, no, that was only a round. Or was it? Yeah, it was. I think if she wins an actual match with that, she's got this special animation that's really cool.
Look at the size of that ball top on that arcade stage.
Massive,
Sheesh, bro. He be ripping
He's
that
got
up.
the disc
Salvatore versus Dong.
Look at the movement here. And that,
Oh,
you talked about
I face a weirdly large amount of dongs in when I play online. I guess it's a sausage fest, haha.
doing some combos I have never seen before. Let's go.
Toasty Trinkets just trying to find a
Oop,
way in.
re-jump and another one you thought you could grab? Nuh-uh, bro.
Neutral jump. Now that we have a game
Grab the mic instead. I guess actually he's a DJ, not an MC,
No
so...
longer get fuzzy close C button that anti-airs as well.
Right,
Andy though, his close C
Still not a fan of Salvatore's animations.
So if you do hop right in front of Andy and he fuzzy matches close D, I think you're getting anti-air.
Oop, got him.
Taco.
He's got that taco with the...
Is that real, bro?
And he can, mix it up with his
Okay.
aerial trajectory altering maneuvers. Another thing, that I wish Janae had. Like getting air stalls, just like Hokutomaru is a little unrealistic because he doesn't really have the moves for that right now, I guess. But like, breaking the Harriers would be cool. Maybe her 6B as well.
I mean, clearly it worked out. We see the dong on the board.
Because that's cool. That's fun.
Set me up for failure.
But yeah, Digimon, actually a well-established KOF name.
We're working against small, so there's still more time to set you up.
Broop. Toasty Trinkets, don't think I've heard of them, but they're getting trinketed up right now. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and Dong,
Oop.
he's one of the characters
Okay, wasn't sure that would hit, so broke the EX instead to get some frame advantage. Oh no, that button is really good. Only problem is the first hit is crouchable. So if the opponent is, crouching and hitting a button or something, then you're gonna lose. But the second hit hits crouches as well. Hit or block. And then you're plus. So it's a pretty good button in general. Burp. Ooh, just barely alive.
But also getting mixed up here. Toasty Trinket's got to figure it out. Decimo just swarming him, man. Really making him think about everything and just unable to get something to land. You got to put pen to paper.
Oops. Okay, gets the jump in. Converts beautifully. Let's go. Let's see if Toasty Trinkets can set something up here. Gets another cross. Obviously loses the corner for it. Gotta be careful not to overheat. Good job.
Two super is the one that he uses for combo extensions like that. His other super being a counter, which is unique to him.
Oops. Plus frames. Another fake out. But Toasty Trinkets doesn't care. Just gonna keep on spinning. That button is kind of annoying to deal with for sure. Especially at that range where he can cross you up. Because it alters his trajectory a little bit. So it's even harder to anti-air. That stuff, for example, is kind of easy to anti-air. Like, it just kind of makes him slower, and it doesn't make him fly higher up or something, so if you're ready to anti-air, I'd say in general it's not that hard. But the Spinneroonie, which I think is just as jumpsy, that one's rough. Oh, nice light confirm. Same side, good stuff by Digimo, but even better stuff by Trinkets to block it, but it shouldn't matter. Can't kill, though. Grab. Digimo advances.
Absolutely crazy. The recognition on the counter hit stand jab there to get to the EX kicks was absolutely crazy.
Why is my...
Of course, probably one of the ones who's gonna go far in this bracket because he
Why is my controller to mouse movement thing not working? What's happening? Maybe I'll disconnect and reconnect it.
Exactly, yeah. Was it Frosty's last year?
Yeah, I can't plug it back in. There it is. Okay, now it works. Don't know what that was about, but it works now. Also, while we're at it, let me turn on my light and shut down my blinds. Even though it's pretty bright outside.
Was it that Decimo beat Wedo for the third place?
Can never be too careful with these dang ass mosquitoes. I've got some bites. No bad ones at the moment, but I had some, and I hate them. Okay, here we got Rikir. I think that's a pretty well-known name, and I didn't see the other one. Mono and Kubisa. I've heard of Mono. Don't know about the other one. And that's an ad.
So there's a real chance that whoever gets fourth qualifies for SWC.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah,
Damn, fourth place qualifier. I guess maybe Goichi also did qualify, even though he only got second. I'm actually not sure what exactly the qualifying situation was, but maybe first and second qualify, which means that Fenrich would have already qualified last time, so I guess then second and third got the qualifying spot at Brussels Challenge.
Consistency is key. These players are winning and they're
I don't know, man.
technically being qualified. They're not resting on their
Can I check?
Wall
Breaker 2025. Bracket. Brackets, yeah. Why is this right? In my profile on this page, I have. Why? Let's look at it, just so I can see. Just this. Why does this website not have a dark mode? That's exactly what I was wondering just now when I got flashbanged by this fucking bullshit. Fed Viewers, any of the Wolves. CJZ. I guess we got standings. Not sure what standings these are though. Can I just check?
I really think that character doesn't get talked about enough, man. I think Rock is great. Every tool you can think of, that air fireball.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Is Fenrich in there? Fenrich is in there.
Like, man, he gets
Die.
that, and then EX, he gets
Yeah, bug guy, die. Hey, nice bocce avatar.
Doodle, I am controlling neutral.
That do be me. That do be me, so.
So,
But of course, if,
let's maybe check for some other names later. Maybe Xiaohai's there.
Everyone knows at this point. I think even if you're someone who half spectates the game, you've seen this character plastered over these online top 8 events, you know, offline ones, right? Xiaohai won Evo Japan with her in dominating fashion. So, yeah, Hotaro's strong. I mean, we have Gucci Blunt Wrap, who we haven't seen yet. But she is also in our pool of players, and she won DIY with Hotaro, so...
One of Hotaro's strongest warriors, of course. Wedo is
Hotaru versus Rock. Rock kind of flying under the radar a little bit. But he's also extremely, very, very strong. And I don't think he's one of those cases where, why would you play him if you could play Hotaru? Like, there's a bit of that, but he does have that aerial projectile and some unique tools. So I think you can, you know, there's a case for him for sure. Oop. Blobjects ready for that anti-air, and my stream is, my internet is not ready for the stream, or for anything really. Please. Please don't do this to me. Please. Please. I'm dying. Please. Come on. There we go. So Blobject won the first round. Cheesus still gonna be an SPG. Ah. Uses it immediately.
I like to see feints used outside of combo extenders. Use them for the
Oopsies. Yeah. Should kill easily.
Crazy work. Probably one of the best, if not the best button in her kit. Great at whiff punishing.
So we got another Hotaru W.
That is going to be game number 1 to Blobjects.
Yeah, just really taking advantage of pretty much every...
But yeah, I'd say Rock is like, you know, just underneath that like top 4, which is like Hotaru, Kain, Hokutomaru, and Billy.
Oh, there's a plus frames yet to stand B. There you go. Yeah, get more aggressive. You know, be more assertive in this one.
He's not far from that. Same with Gato and Marco, probably.
Nice overhead. I want to see the overhead car cancel into command grab.
I was going to say, rare footage of that overhead, right? You always see it get car canceled. Very rarely do you see it just sent full on.
Yeah, well, it's
Hey, you thought you could press.
Still get caught low. It's like one of the few overheads in the game where he doesn't jump off the ground to do it.
Yeah. It's interesting that he has that, right? But in the conjunction, his rev blow, which most people rev blows are grounded, his he like shoots completely in the air. Yeah, lock you, letting you know I'm on the front of the game, bro.
Not quite ready to whiff punch that. Kind of looked like such a perfect spacing to get something juicy. Of course, I'm not good at whiff punishing myself. But when I'm spectating, I'm like, man, that would have been a good one. Oops, you thought. Oh no. But honestly, going for the EX into the EX dive kick to get like a level 1 or 2, I guess maybe it would have killed. I don't remember what exactly the life bars were at. But if it wasn't gonna kill, then that would have not been good, because he didn't have SPG to go into hidden gear with, and he would have overheated. So that might have come back to bite him. Uh-oh. Yeah, her Farsi is so good. Like, the range isn't amazing, but like the hit hurt box on it is just so good. Oh no.
Okay, guess for game. Command grab does kill here. Nice! You get a full combo off of that. Uh-oh.
Okay, gets another chance, but drops it again. She's leaving some very rough shots unused. But once again gets a chance. No. Could have comboed into super, maybe even level 2. Might have killed off of those lights, but wasn't ready. And so Cheesus out of there. Was a
damage.
Beyblade for necklace? Okay.
I mean, you said no super cancel off of the lights and then immediately blob jack.
Is that a Beyblade?
Super cancel into the lights.
He said, "Oh man,
Maybe
I wanted
not.
this. Yeah, I think you wanted this.
I think you wanted this.
I think you wanted this."
It looks like a
I
Beyblade.
mean, execution is big, and we talked about it earlier, but like level 1's being so important in this game, you can't super cancel.
Yeah.
Because it's like kind of an old school. Kind of game
Okay,
in a
somebody
modern
playing
sense,
with
so
a
those,
Guitar Hero
just,
controller.
few normals and, like, jabs
I think that's Nicky Truck. I think I've heard of
so
that.
important, man. And those that confirms you gotta get down. You know, no hand holding, no super
Yeah,
canceling.
exactly.
I know that guy.
It's old school, baby. This
I
is almost like
might have
Third
seen
Strike.
that guy before.
You can say that. I mean, the original.
But yeah, that's
Taro
one of the
was, like,
better.
the brother. of Third Strike, right? So you see that still
This guy players.
Cheesus is gonna take that one. They're gonna advance even further. I like what I was seeing with the whole Taro. Thought it was good, but really the
And you
combat.
got Fairy, another character that I
Sorry,
am
Cheesus,
somewhat
I liked
interested in.
what he was doing with the Rock. At
Yeah.
the second
She's the
game.
one I was mostly playing in the original
Yeah,
version of the first game. Like the first version of the game.
Your major, but
Falchno 47. Yeah, no, I don't think I know.
minute ad break. Do not tune out of the
Okay, we
stream.
got an ad
There's
break
more
here.
streamers
I hate, by the way,
action coming up
that I
after
can't
this.
just hit
We'll
M
see y'all
to
in a couple
mute.
minutes.
Like sometimes it works, but just now it didn't. Most of the time it doesn't. Why? Why? I guess we're watching Street Fighter. Oop, got him against the wall. Actually, you know what? This is probably going to be really one-sided. Maybe this would be a little closer. See, here I could actually press M to unmute. Okay, gets the knockdown with the, what's it called?
There we go. All right. Nice pickup there on the counter hit sweep.
And now taking control of the corner here. Got that bomb set up. Are you gonna dare to do anything? Nice rollout, but actually not that nice because it didn't actually catch anything. Like the roll didn't absorb, so to speak, an attack, so it was actually punishable. And Junebug takes it. Yeah, Junebug definitely also a name that I've heard of. I guess from their position it looks like Junebug would be the player one, which means they would be the one with the guitar controller. But sometimes they mirror that shit so that it, like, the players are on the same side as their character, so to speak. And it's inconsistent and you can never really be sure.
My beautiful son, you are here to
Burp.
put them in the gem and make them deal with fuzzy, maybe fuzzy overhead.
Oop, this time it did absorb something. Which, whenever that happens, you don't have any extra recovery after your invincibility sets off. Oopsies. Bomb's still there though. The blood puddle. Blocking solidly, has, yep, CS ready, and gets the nice punish from range. Good choice.
That's one of the tough parts about user how your block strings are giving people meter, then they can use it to try and get that invincibility like Junebug did.
Oop, there's a bomb. Nice blocks, but how long can you hold it? Okay. Gets the escape, not ready to combo off of it. Oh! No! I feel like that could have been a kill, maybe.
I know. They've cut the brakes, I think. Wild card. The truck
Okay.
is steering.
This time manages to extend.
Maybe that the big lug, not enough coffee in it to make the whole night shift on the road.
Yeah.
Nicky Truck got to find. They're calling so far has a huge lead this round.
Ooh, try to bait a grab really hard. But Nicky did not bite, so no grid break, at least. Still gonna have to hold this though. Off for me. Side switch. You weren't ready, but you were ready to hit on this one. Ding, ding, ding. No, the overhead. And you're done. Yep, that sure is Junebug with the guitar, I guess. Yomi.
The noise of that guitar maybe just intimidated our friend. Yeah, well,
Something Gen Yomi. The kanji at the bottom where Yomi. Oh well, one of those was a kanji, the other one was a hiragana. But yeah, the top one I could only make out one of the kanji. Grand Blue, don't recognize these guys, but I'm not very familiar with the Grand Blue scene anyway. Oh hey, it's James Chen and the guy who sounds like James Chen. Of course they don't sound exactly the same. That's a cool looking t-shirt. Is that Irene Co design? Not sure. Why does it go to offline when it goes on break and I try to tab away and then back in? Oh no, we're in the cursed be right back land again. Nobody knows when that will end. If that will end. Looks like these guys are the closest to having another match soon. No matter how able the warrior. Steel can't strike air, or arrows fire. Or arrows fire. Come. Oh hey, Metera. Metera? What aren't you bursting with pride? I'm not exactly innocent myself, though. Achoo. But it looked like maybe they were also gearing up. And so are they. I know a Tempest, but I don't think it's this one. I don't think they're spelled like that. Kuon and Hilda. I guess we're going with this. If my internet lets me. This is painful.
First 28, I didn't even know there were 6.
Quite a legacy here.
Yeah. Oh, Vio is going to be your only real reversal option with Hilda. Manages to find the way
back
out
finally.
Just to get set up and win the net cycle. It was timed very well too for that.
But hold on.
The extra damage, I don't think it's going to be enough, even if you see us for the 100 bar. So they just
backdash caught by that negative edge.
That sucks too, because usually moving around that is usually the answer. Responding to it is not always easy, especially if you got like a darker stage like we do.
Yeah.
But
got a response from Answer, whom I sent that video to. He said, no, thanks.
Big knockdown here, and you gotta, like,
and Dai responded to my wishing him good luck.
These are two magicians, spell slingers.
As well.
Using the Lingua Arcana.
Yeah, we got a little nerd off going on here.
Yeah. I feel like
wow, got him from behind.
Sorcerer just was kind of bored with it, you know what I mean? I don't know the lore. Someone's else got to come in and chat, please. Correct me.
Oh no, that wasn't quite well placed enough. And Hathorn gets his full kill combo. I mean, obviously it wasn't 100 to 0, but it killed, so it's a kill combo. It counts. Are we back here as well? No.
Coming back, 1 round apiece. I like an even match. I want to see.
I really wish this game's combos were shorter. Because I want to play it, but like every time I get hit by anything, I'm just so... it's suffering. I cannot stand the fucking combo length in this game. They're not the longest combos I've ever seen, but there's like zero interactivity. You don't have a burst. You don't have like, you know, smash type, DI. You just... It's every hit leads to something super long, and it's just so annoying, and I hate it. Other than that, I really like this game. Like, it's got good feel, interesting characters, you know, some neat mechanics. Though I think the grid mechanic is a little overhyped, honestly. And like, I actually really like Eltham. Like, when I first started playing this, I didn't know how to play. Eltham wasn't too much on my radar. Only somewhat recently before Unity dropped. I kind of looked through the entire cast again, watched a video about that kind of summarized what everybody does and stuff. And then decided on her, and I actually really like her now. But I just can't stand this combo length. Like, it's just too annoying for me to sit there and eat fucking a cutscene every time I get hit in the minorest of ways.
You gotta focus on not blocking. You gotta dive kick. You gotta VO.
But, like, nobody's ever doing resets, right? It's not like, oh, you know, you still gotta pay attention because they're gonna reset you, because they don't. Because knockdowns are good. And damage is good.
Whoa! That was a mix-up
Anyway.
only in the level where it's like you would not expect it.
Yeah, it's just a lot to be looking at. You gotta think of the
Oops,
options.
delayed overhead.
That was really smart because it was
Tricky stuff.
special, so they didn't get locked out of further air actions on that shield.
Yeah.
I think that's what Pushigo was looking for, a anti-air. but
Ooh,
another level gets
that
back
looked
fast.
so tricky.
Hatchhorn suddenly on set point.
Kind of schmooved over to the right just right before the hit connected.
Did the 2A, so not a low.
Pushigo wasn't ready.
Maybe trying to bait out the V.
I probably wouldn't have been
A lot
either.
easier to work with. Flash kick. Another one.
And Hattorn with the
Another one. What are we gonna
extensions.
see? The wheel is on you.
I think this may be download.
Slightly faster. Oh no! The Velof, I think it's called, didn't have enough range, and you are donezo. Hattorn
No, he said no more. We're gonna get copyright.
moves on convincingly. Still not done here. Same people still, I guess. Okay, no, wait. It just took a while. Tempest and Olipop. They are done here, so that's fine. Ayo, you're not DIing me like that. That was really fast, so I wonder if they were just gonna do it anyway. Or if they just have super fast reactions. Anti-air, no?
His mindset right now is very much that, you know, this guy can throw this out at any time. Okay.
Oop, denied.
Kick right there. Such a good button.
No, even buttons that don't lead to a drive rush cancel can still be really good in neutral to deny the opponent. Ooh. Burnout. Let's see if that was worth it. We might not see it because my internet is just too bad. And so by the time we're back, it'll probably be over. Okay. I guess we're just kind of behind now in the stream or something. But yeah, Burnout's a bitch, especially against the likes of a dictator. You can abuse that pretty well, but I guess he's not actually doing a good job of it. Oop, Burnout is gone. I guess he himself was also in Burnout, so he wasn't, you know, didn't have all of his tools. It was kind of hard to tell, because he's all white, so the decolorization, I guess, on the Burnout, I didn't notice it. I wasn't sure. Could have looked at the drive gauge, of course, but you know, I was still distracted by the internet issues. Hey. Tried to bait, but once again puts himself into Burnout. Shouldn't matter though, because level 3. I wonder if a level 2 would have killed it too, because this is only the, you know, like after this there will be another round. Oh, come on. Come on, man. I don't want to, like, this is so annoying. Oop, bets the farm. But hey, with such a life lead and the opponent with not too many resources, might as well. Okay, we're back here.
So I know how it could be.
Oh, hey, Shy. Great all-around player.
So he can double jump and air feint,
and then still do air actions after
and do what he wants. Yeah, right. So he's got
yeah, Hokutomaru's aerial maneuvers are nasty, like they're saying on commentary. I guess I'm actually not sure how well you can hear them. If it's just like silent noise in the background, or you can actually make out what they're saying.
When he's at the end, right, when his rev meter is at the end, like you see with Shine right here.
Very low to the ground with those projectiles, aerial projectiles. Shine, of course, also kind of a ninja appreciator. Kind of known for his Ibuki in Street Fighter V, his Kimberly in Street Fighter 6, and once again, almost as if by coincidence, another ninja. Who would have thought?
Oh, now you're overheated though. This kind of feels bad because you're so early into the match.
Oop.
Yeah, this is really early to be put down.
Okay.
You know, being persistent.
I didn't have the super to convert into more, so I guess just taking some plus frames is good. Okay, gets that low. Tries to mix it up with the overhead, but Shine was ready. And that is punishable on block.
Health, but now Sunny is an SVG and about to be out of overheat.
Once again. No, wait. Ooh, maybe it wasn't actually punishable.
This is ugly, actually, Cookie, because look, he's still
Bonk.
in a guard cross. Oh no, he got his meter back.
So, no, he mistimed it. He did something wrong at least. So Sunny still has his SPG to go, and his rev gauge is completely empty after the overheat.
One block string away from getting overheated.
As if overheat and burnout wasn't bad enough. Now if I'm jumping between the two games specifically, that's just evil. Okay, yeah, now Shine is the one who is overheated. And he's in the corner. Ooh, jumps his way out.
Crosscut DP break there, but it didn't end up hitting. 7 seconds left on the clock, though. This one's gonna go down to
Ooh, speaking of those 7 seconds, the timer, like, this isn't just a relativity type thing. The timer in this game actually goes way slower once you hit the last 10 seconds-ish. Yeah. And then that last second or the last 2 seconds or something are even slower still. So when you have 10 seconds left on the clock, you actually have like, I think almost 20. Like, I think somebody in the Discord kind of timed it and it was like 17 or something. So you don't have to hurry quite as much as you might think, but obviously that's still, you know, not a lot of time to make a comeback if you're behind, if you're far behind. Please, internet, please. Please, I can't take it. Please. What am I supposed to do? Okay. Goddamn. Well, he bets it. Minus frames into super. But Sunny proving to be a worthy adversary, actually. Shine really is a very good player, so... This is the first time we've seen one of the strong players on stream actually challenged, I'd say. So maybe Sunny is just somebody I don't know, but is actually really good.
Really great stuff, though. Sunny up 1 game on Shine.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking up, Shine, right? Obviously so, with his robust background, and of course, the 100 Thieves sponsored by his side. But Sunny, letting you know, don't need a nice little jersey to show that you're a top player.
Yeah, I mean, Sunny about to be in a jersey of their own.
Oops, tried to go for the command grab, but Shine was present. No whiff punish, just barely misses it. Ooh, nice run under, man, Sunny's really good. It's not a fluke. I can tell that much. Oop. Sunny trying to run and get the grab, but Shine was ready. You can kind of tell that Shine is having trouble approaching right now, compared to how he usually gets it. Sunny definitely making him rethink his game plan a lot. Safe jump, okay. Sunny not only holds the frame traps, but also takes the throw. Excellent defense. But now he's in overheat. This could spell disaster for him. Yep, he's gonna abuse the fuck out of him, guard break, and gets the full combo. That should do it. Phew. Shine with like a, bit of a game plan change, playing more patiently. And Sunny, overextended just a little bit, blocked enough to put himself into overheat, and that was the deal sealer. Phew.
Oh, okay, good JD. Man, so you learned that from your dad, bro?
Oop.
Blocked that. We learned from history. There's a throw.
Only gets the grab, but grabs in the corner often lead to decent setups. Not sure how much Hokutomaru can get, but I'm sure, just a solid safe jump or something is good enough. Ooh, okay. Straight into the hidden gear. Boom. I don't like this one, by the way. It doesn't look that impactful.
Look at him. The luscious locks, the shirt just flowing up.
Fast frames all day. Does have the privilege of getting, 2 heavy buttons into feints to be plus. Oop. He just does it.
So crazy for Rev blowing twice on Hokutomaru.
Just run up and do it again.
But Shine didn't contest it, and he has the meter.
Hey man, you gotta be ready. Rev blows are difficult to react to. Some of them more than others, of course, but Oops.
Uh-oh,
Oop, yep, he burns himself, or I mean, overheats himself over again. But he mistimes his punish, and Shine gets away with murder.
Yeah, you can see
The 100 Thieves moniker, tag, team, whatever.
and he just didn't do it in time. So
Kinda sounding true there. See, that one you might consider robbery because, you know, Sunny should have had that. But, you know, it isn't really robbery still because he just, you know, he made a mistake. He mistimed his punish. That's on him. That wasn't like a weird glitch or anything.
Uh-oh, you say that and then immediately gets jumped out with the wild punch JB.
But yeah, now it's 1-1. Shine really gotta be counting his blessings. Wow, he just went for it. What the? I guess he probably did the heavy DP break, but it happened to connect and then maybe the micro timing was thrown off, so he didn't get the break anymore. Either way, that's fine.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? For the character like
Sunny with some really good responses to Hokutomaru's options, so he clearly has matchup experience. Yep. Ooh, trying to shimmy him. That should be the round. Okay, Shine recovering now actually on set point after nail biter after nail biter.
Sunny looking a little lost how to approach this going forward. Oh wow, the full run up into stand jab.
Yo, every time I see him throw a kunai, I think it's like the Mayweather gif of him just like throwing all the money. He's just throwing a kunai. That's Hulk tomorrow when he wins that.
Oops, this time it worked. He's been going, he went for that earlier when Sunny didn't bite, but this time Sunny tried to tech the throw, ate a fat load of damage and is in the corner now. No!
Think about guard cancels, even though they make your move fast.
Yep, level 1 off of the lights, very strong stuff. And another light confirm. No, he messes it up. Okay, it's fine. Damn. What a turnaround. Sunny definitely made Shine sweat. Buckets. Absolute buckets. But he managed to stay somewhat calm and turn it around in the end.
Bro, my brain was trying to cook something up. I just couldn't get nothing together, guys.
When you said that, I was
Well, I didn't hear what they were trying to say, but I guess it wasn't very good by what they're saying now. Oh, there's, I will remember the name. Don't you worry, I definitely remember the name. The name is Junebug. Oh, it just showed up on screen. That's a coincidence. Oops. Ad break for 30 seconds. Something going on here. Okay, Junebug looking pretty good immediately.
I'm trying to parse what we're looking at on the camera right now. I'm not entirely sure, but we do have...
Couldn't confirm it to a combo of that assault, but hey. Who needs combos when you got bombs placed on the ground? Ready to go off. Ooh, damn. Screen control.
Oh, there we go. I was going to say, you better be the best player here to play like that.
It's for the bit. It's for the bit. I mean, hey,
Little leech, I guess. Blown up.
He's gotta put in the AI.
Yeah, we about to get
but that one's plus.
Any percent like Hotaru speedrun to $1 million glitch list around
That funny pseudo mix-up he has with his EX moves. One of them's a command grab, one of them's an invincible hit, the other one's not invincible but plus on block hit. See the flash? Guess for your life. But now Vire's come taking control of the screen, but how long will that last? Side switch. Ooh, nice blocks on that. Brrr! You were close enough for the grab. It has such deceptive range, man.
Yo, we freaking out here, the Vox Freaker, let's go!
Man, every time I think about how I'm not commentating top 8 City of the Wolves that hasn't crashed, I get sad.
I actually went back to him recently. My last stream, I started playing him again.
Wow.
Vox,
you're dead.
Great. He's very straightforward. Yeah. And I think in this game, you need to have some type of like grime to you.
I hear some Vox down playing. He is a strong character. Do not believe the lies. He doesn't have anything. He has a fucking command grab, okay? He's got a command grab, he's got that rush punch that's plus on block, he's got damage up the ass. He's fine. He's not top tier, I guess. But he's definitely not in the lower bracket. Oops. Bit of a miss, but I guess they are just button checking, are they? No, this seems real. Kinda. I guess this might be another really early pools round again, so they might just not be very good. Overhead. Just do a draw. Gato, of course, also gets a free combo off of any of his command overheads. Like, you know, off of his command overhead. 6A, I think it is. Hey. Haven't really seen setups for him to get meaty overheads into heavies, like you know, people have been doing with Marco. I feel like you can probably do it. I don't see a reason why not, but I don't know. Whoop, whoop, whoop. This might kill. Use a level 1 super. Doop. No, why didn't you use the super? That move also pretty solid. Supposedly you can hop over it pretty easily or something, but I don't know, man. In my experience, it's not that easy. Boom. No, he drops the combo. Cross up, okay. Not a fan of that level 2 right there. The extra damage is not worth the extra bar. Hey, hey, why? Where was the follow-up? Uh-oh. Still an SPG. Yeah, I feel like also for wake-up supers, unless it's in gear, you probably also don't want to do the level 2 unless it's gonna kill maybe, but... Why is the thing not disappearing? Go away! You know, in the top left corner? There we go. No, wait, it's back. What the fuck? I guess I gotta... There we go. Baits the DP. I think the way he spent the rev gauges there was a little inefficient. Wow. No, okay. Some, let's say, unorthodox play. Some unorthodox pressure. Burp. Yo, almost kills. Huh. Really likes that overhead. Why not? Yeah, that one was really high on the block.
Yeah, that's a commitment. You gotta jump in and DP. That's the only option. Oh my god! Oh, yo! If that would have worked, that would have been crazy. The jump C?
You don't really see the jump C a whole lot. Great open up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I see different routes from, let's say, more experienced Vox players. But hey, get the damage in while you can. Oh, okay. Probably couldn't have gotten much of that jump in from that range, so get a little quick, sneaky dash in, get the grab. Not a bad idea. Come on, super this time. Why aren't you supering? You have level 2 even. I mean, you should have only done level 1, that would have been good. But now, okay, that's... is that gonna do it? Yes, okay.
No extra sauce needed, baby. We got all the seasonings here. We don't need the DP break. We don't need the EX anything. Don't give yourself a chance to drop the winning kill.
True. We need more of that. We need more.
Still would have been better to get that level 1 earlier. Probably could have gotten a better setup off of that too. Some better advantage. Oops. Unfortunate for Chrono Sanaki. Oops, got a little too close. Overhead, yep, into the lights. Moonwalking. Ayo, and Neckbeard on set point.
Captain Neckbeard all of a sudden on set point.
That neck beard, you can see it.
Oh, it's almost like they're not even listening to me, just repeating what I just said. That's rude as heck. Wow, okay. Not sure that was planned, honestly. Especially given that it wasn't followed up. Damn. DP's swinging wild.
Having a dive kick DP not only gives you more damage, but it's a hard knockdown.
Yeah, off of EX, absolutely.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's big. We're gonna spend some meter here.
We get the level 1 here. We get the level 2. I think this will be enough to kill.
If you should have done the hidden gear, man. If that had been hidden gear, it would have killed.
Oh, okay.
Why wouldn't you do the hidden gear? You're in SPG.
Final game, final round here against these two players.
I mean, not, that happened to me too, but like, like, where I did a level 2 and then realized, oh dang. But mine killed, okay? Mine actually killed. Anyway, boop, counter hit. That gap is so nasty, man. I hit into that all the time and I don't even know why. Just something weird about his animations, I think. Oop. Damn. Yep, builds the level 1, but doesn't actually have the combo follow-up. Okay, just sweep. He's so psyched. He dropped something, I don't even know what.
I wonder too, maybe, what's important about this match.
A Honda fan? Okay, I'm glad he didn't win. Just mids. What?
What did that say? Just block?
I didn't get a chance to look, yeah. I mean, you can't put up just block if you lost, though. Like, that's like,
Yeah, there is Honda. It's not you, he's not that bad. But I'm not a Honda liker at all. There's Nier. And Nier.
That was definitely something to take in there. I liked how the Vox player was going for those options, right? The mixes, like, okay, I'll get an overhead and immediately go for sweep. But I'm kind of far out, so it makes it harder for you to punish the sweep as well.
Especially, like, if you're Gato. Like, I don't really know what he gets to punish off of those
Puppet character action denied. So Nier was definitely considered busted upon release of this game. What the fuck? They both got a lollipop?
I'm not sure, but it was just good spacing and just great gameplay.
But I think she's probably been normalized since then.
It was warranted, yeah. We like to see that. Feel yourself. Be your own biggest fan, right? Because if you're not gonna believe in yourself, then who else?
And another throw. Get another one? No. But there's one.
Oh, we got another banger cookie. We're gonna have Super Noon coming up in here. Super Noon.
Okay, pressure reset, side switch, but sadly now you're in the corner, but it doesn't even matter. Your opponent doesn't get to play. Oops, interesting angle, I guess. Uh-oh. Time for a comeback, maybe. Gonna have to work for it, though. Ooh, is that a sick-ass reaction or what? Could have been pure desperation, but it was quite well timed. Ooh, could you kill with this? Not quite. It gets the whiff, though, baits out the move. Recharge the lollipop. Plug it back in, turn it off and on again. Kelly Kills and Rahooligan. I've heard of Kelly Kills before, not sure if it's the same person, I don't know. Oh, there we go. Kano, and Super Noon, okay. We know about Super Noon, of course. Not like super well known for SNK games, I guess, but a strong player in various games, I'd say. Right, like DBFC, Strive, I think. And I feel like one other thing. Maybe Marvel? Did I see them in Marvel? I don't know. Oop. Kano trying to fight back with some good pokes. But that life deficit is major and it's done.
Very hungry. Thankfully, there's some food around here.
Speaking of which, Super Noon not playing with their food, taking the first round real strong over Kano right now.
That's an advantage of those forward-moving red blows. Can kind of use them to go through some projectiles and approach sometimes. But no more of that for Kano. Plus frames, plus frames, plus frames, plus frames. And Super Noon just kind of controlling the screen. setting the pace.
Kuadon just kills here.
Oh, nice, low profile, gets under there, gets the punish. Beautifully converted into the level 1.
Has a hard time grounding the ninja.
Yeah, and I mean, especially because he has no anti-airs, it's even harder to try to interact with that jump.
Ouch, there's that big 4C. Pretty solid poke. But Supernoon didn't care. Ah, the bait of all baits, and even gets a very late punish. I feel like Kano must have whiffed something else right afterwards or something.
One more interaction could potentially do it.
Yo, Kevin not used to these kids in juvenile hall.
Oop, not sure why they were trying to do that move on Wake Up. Maybe that was supposed to be a guard cancel into that, and, you know, the guard just didn't happen. The just guard specifically.
I know what you are, Kevin.
Hey.
Speaking of which, Supernoon finding that 2C into the Kuhadon break. 1 round away from moving on to that qualifying spot for the
Get the heavies.
Are we going to spend a meter to put him out of SPG? Yes, we're going for
Super finisher, yes, we want that SPG gone. And the extra damage, that's so worth it. Level 1s are so good in this game.
Immediately, right?
And I like it.
Nice into the feint, actually avoids the the stand D, far D from Kano. And now
another one, boom. Now with throw or something, yeah. Very well done. Supernoon looked very good. And not just in a I'm a good player in general, I'm gonna win against most people way, but in a, you know, very well practiced, I've engaged in these systems a lot kind of way. So, you know, might need to keep him on our radar. So now I'm gonna check actually, are you there? No, didn't think so.
And it is so dangerous, man. It beats throws. Even if you block it, you still have to guess. Your only real option is JD into guard cancel, right? Which, again, everyone has access to.
Meanwhile, on Dai's side, apparently not much has happened yet.
You have options to deal.
In case you were wondering.
And if you have the meter, if you have the mindset, the spacing to do it, like, it comes down to a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Hokodamar is definitely one of the characters with access to some of the best safe jumps in the game. Has access to great frame kills as well with the usage of the elbow. So it's like, if they have that down and you're not ready, good luck. Good luck.
I guess this guy won. Higuchi and Kaz? Don't know Kaz.
Coming to the stage, you know, a person we talked about earlier, another strong player in KOF.
And here we got people that I don't recognize.
You know, getting closer to those top 8s or like in around in that range, and has a type, right?
Much prefer Guile with this hairdo, by the way.
But we're gonna be playing Kevin, Kine.
Higuchi abusing the burnout state. Nice block on the slide. Burp, burp, and you're dead.
Thought process there. But we're going to see as
easy money.
Stage, and he's going to be going up against
Salt.
Yeah, we got
NACL Salt. I've seen them enter quite a number of brackets.
Don't do it.
They were playing KOF as
Don't do it.
Definitely a strong player.
Please.
I forget where they're from.
Yeah, I'm not sure the region either, but you guys are pull up the bracket. If you hit exclamation mark bracket, you can see all the players. There's not this pool going. We got like 3
today alone.
So much Fatal Fear. You don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, I guess since I was still catching up on the stream, it had preloaded some of it, so it kept playing for a while, but now we're in no internet land. And now we're back.
Switch, you know? Order some food, pay like $50 in delivery fees, but listen, you're not leaving your country, right? So that's what it's about.
But we are gonna see.
Why am I seeing so many of these dad mustaches?
Up to bat. Which is great
today
because you guys are
on stream.
Coming up.
I don't like him. There, I said it. I don't like him.
The hill that you need to climb to beat Donka out of here is gonna be tough. I watched Donka playing Wedo earlier, and it was a little back and forth. Donka definitely was putting the moves on Wedo in some of those rounds.
Interesting.
Kind of rock.
The Maximo champion, right? Coming out of that with Hotaru, so. That's good to hear. I mean, Donka, no stranger to the spotlight. we're going to see him go on into this match. Take it into the zoo, baby. All the gorillas. Ook, ook, ak, ak. Let's get it.
NACL and Duncan. Ah, that's why I recognize that guy.
Ook, ook, ak, ak.
You got to throw that in there.
Who would win, one kind or 100 gorillas?
Yo, it depends. Does the gorillas know how to just defend?
That 2C of kinds is just so good. It's one of those buttons that doesn't look as good as it is.
Yeah. You can see
You just like kind of keep getting hit by it and wonder why. Uh-oh. Ah, Danka drops his combo. Yep. Okay, just goes for a setup off of the Orb Super rather than trying to continue the combo and spend some rev on it. Wary of his, you know, rev gauge. That's good. Now still pretty near overheat though. Doesn't need much else to finish this round though. Oopsies. Okay.
Gotta see, Donka was eyeing his meter, right? He started to
Knuckle?
EX moves and he was flowing.
I don't know about that one. I mean, I guess it could be around something like that, because Knuckle... Oop, yep, waited long enough to get the turnaround on the flash kick. Beautiful stuff. Ducked under the cross and guarded like that. Pretty nice. Yep. Get him.
Fireball just travels so well.
Okay, we keep going. We don't have to stop.
Ooh, got him with the big one. Dunker with a convincing round.
Look at that face from Salt. Just the what is the emoji called? It's like not the like unamused face or whatever, where it's like the flatline mouth.
Yeah.
It's how it feels when you fight kind sometimes.
Yo,
Bonk.
Kind. I mean, it just be that way, man.
Push you into the orb. Keep up the pressure.
No counter hit though, so no confirm.
Okay. You thought you could punish me only because it looks super punishable, and I did that so close to you. You fool. I'm not balanced.
He's a zoner, but he lies to you, bro. He can do everything. He's like, oh, look, I can just throw fireballs. No, he's going to be in your face.
Yeah, like this, he seems like the conceptually most busted character. Like, Hotaru ends up being a little stronger potentially, maybe, just based on, like, the numbers, I guess. The exact properties of the moves, especially that slow-moving fireball. But when it comes to just toolkit, I'm, like, convinced that Kain has the best overall toolkit. Like, how is this okay? How does he have all of this? Like, making this character not at least, you know, high tier, I guess, would be hard. That's how good his overall toolkit is.
Yeah. Just block forehead, you know? That's what I like to say.
That's also how I feel about JP in Street Fighter 6.
Still dangerous. Donka's on point. I mean, he's in rev. He's got a level 1 suit.
Just so much going for them. Okay, delayed flash again. Quick win.
Because it is just a 2-8 input in Donka. 2-0, moving into another qualifying slot for that pool.
And he was out of there, bro. That is the fastest GG shake my hand on like controller plug. And
hey man, he knew what was happening, dude.
That guy's a known
Why waste time?
Bro. He's been doing that for a while,
That's
man.
the automation, baby.
Lowers FTX. Klim.
Man's knows where he needs to put the energy, and it's not by staying on that
I might have seen this guy, but I don't think so. Don't think I know this guy.
He's not out of pools yet, but like me and Cookie said, well, he will be now. He's in that range, you know.
Extended button check, I suppose. One of them at least has some issues.
Player to look out for. It's been a long time coming, but finally stepping on to U.S. soil, the Rock Howard himself, Shadow X, has come to grace the No Coast, No Kings of Combo Breaker with that Rock Howard.
Shadow X, man.
Has Shadow X never been to an American tournament? That's hard to imagine.
You know just how exciting this guy has been as a player. He's been playing the same team in KOF, right? Pretty much the entire leg.
I guess I've just seen him so much in, you know, online tournaments that I wasn't aware that he hadn't traveled to the US yet.
And we're happy to see him. And the great thing about
He looks
Shadow
mad.
he's one of the
I'm not happy to be here. America sucks, actually.
So this is the weekend to make his statement here on US
Oh
soil.
no, please don't do this to me now.
Like you mentioned, one of the strongest rocks. You see him, if you see any of these online
Maybe the stream's gonna keep working, or maybe it's the other streams that are broken, not my internet.
breakout, esports. He is a
That has to be it, right? Yep, it's definitely fine.
Those tournament top 8s, and we're gonna see him here.
Shout out to Just Frame, by the way. Bruno, the mastermind behind it all, the one who got Shadow X the visa.
Absolutely 100% fine.
This weekend, but Beans and Toast is on the screen. My main, Billy Kane, coming out
Billy. Right, we haven't really seen much Billy on the stream yet, have we? If any. Hey, shut up, Rome. I said that first. Are you even listening? Jeez, man. Quality of co-commentators in this tournament is just not very good, is it? They're not even paying attention to what I'm saying. Oop.
Yeah, uses the plus frames, but saw that Shadow X was willing to backdash it after, get some damage off of that.
Uh-oh. You're still in there. All of that is plus.
Huge jump.
And Shadow is actually overheated. So he's not gonna get too much. Oh. Damn, he keeps pressing or trying to move, but Labyrinth with the timing is just catching him off guard. And yeah, you can't JD or HD out of that, so you're just eating the chip damage. Getting plus framed to death, but oh, there we go. No, you couldn't you have linked into a light? I think maybe that's only possible off of the EX.
He's overheated, like, I understand you want to bait out, like, super or something like that, but
yeah.
The usage of the pull there is way too good.
Yeah, it's important, right? And if we were able to secure that...
It kind of seemed like Shadow was just too impatient in that round. Oh, what? Was that on reaction? Whoa. The fact that he could even do it there. Crazy. Now this is more what people probably expected from Shadow X versus somebody that we don't know. Not quite enough to kill. Good block on the overhead. Oh, gets his own. Ayo, okay.
So, keeping that mindset going. There's the 5B. Final round here. Labyrinth, though, still in this one. Let's see what we got. We got 2 bars, Cookie. And SPG on point. Potential to cash out off of a huge jumping.
Yeah, that hitting gear could be huge in this
nope, not this time. Gets the counter hit even. Huge conversion, but don't overspend. You're at 85%. I think he should have still gone for the super, though, but I guess now he's going to get that hidden gear. Wow.
Yep, just knocked down a little bit below. Still a couple more interactions for Shadow X. Gets the JB wild punish, which could have been huge.
Frame trap drops it.
Nope.
It's time to lose, by the
Not getting out of the corner that easily. Oh, what are we? I guess that was supposed to be a jump projectile. Level 1, yep. Level 2 wouldn't have killed there. Gets a light into another super, doesn't even need it.
And you gotta say, we talked about it, right? Known for how strong he is at
the other guy with a Metera t-shirt, whom we just saw on Grand Blue. Oh, I see you playing cross-handed. Seth Killian style.
I don't understand how that works. My hands.
I mean, it might be unnatural to get an arcade stick made that is like left like that, right? I haven't seen many of them, but I mean, you got to do what you got to do. That's we call that, the skill. Right now, though, Labyrinth showing the skill with the plus frames here. That's plus.
Okay. No way. Keeping up the pressure, but yeah, that re-jump wasn't real. I don't think it was plus. And Shadow X was so ready. Oh, got him. Bit of an equalizer, but not enough. Wow, he actually got the counter hit from that range. That is crazy.
But that rev blow just tracks, man.
All right, Labyrinth has one more opportunity.
Hey, finally gets the EX command grab.
Huge open up for Shadow X in the potential last round of the set.
Oh, tight link. Ooh, almost gets a conversion off of that. Probably could have if he had timed it a little better. Boop, 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 boop. Yep, like the super. No meaty setup, no nothing. Gets tossed around like salad. Should die here, level 1 super, yes. Yeah man, level 1 supers are sick and nasty in this game. Of course it's gonna kill. No impact. God, I hope the characters I want to play in an impact will be good.
We talked up Shadow X and how strong he is, and you guys got to
another nice Beatrix here. No wait, that's not Beatrix, that's the other girl. I usually know her name, but I forgot right now.
apply that pressure to him.
Yeah,
so good stuff.
That's tough as a Billy player to really find your footing against some of these players and some of these characters because
I know this guy, I don't know this guy.
to get caught being slow and then blocking.
That's
and then
Chris
all of a
Wong,
sudden it's like
right?
you try to mash and you get frame trapped
It's one of those players that I know is really good and all that, like, but I don't really see his face all that often when he plays.
Doesn't have great guard cancels.
So I'm not entirely sure.
But a lot of the time they don't do a lot of damage, so you don't want to do that.
Yep. And it's like also how much health do they have? Because a zero frame super, you want to kind of save that towards the end because of how much resources it uses off the guard.
JP.
But yeah, I mean, Shadow X, excellent player, exciting. You got to see some of his skill right there. He went for like maybe 5 command grabs that entire round.
Versus Honda.
He plays rock like he plays Clark.
Yeah, he's always thinking about it. So, but speaking of thinking about it, we got another great matchup coming your way. We got NorCal Gen D on player 2 side. This guy's been in the game for so long. You can see the shirt that he is wearing. That is the KOF 13 shirt from like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
You know whom GamerB lost to at Brussels Challenge? Die. Oh, DCQ, not Chris Wong. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm a fraud.
And I mean this in the most
respectful
way
fan.
and a really cool way.
Nice taste.
One of the oldest sponsored players, right? Just recently got sponsored. I think he's like, what, 40? Was it 45 or 49? I know he's like late 40s, which is awesome. That goes to show you, you can cook even, you know, at an age where people say, oh,
yeah, no, it's in quote-unquote esports, age really doesn't matter that much.
And he still got time to cook y'all.
And I hate when...
We're going to see if Gen D is going to be ready for this.
Okay, Dai made it out of his pool in winners.
He was a huge BJNA player back in KOF. And I know she's different in this game, but I thought maybe he...
I hate when, like, the scene itself or players or fans or whatever act like, oh, you're past 25? Man, you can't be playing anymore. Like, people retire at those kinds of ages. It's not really a thing in the FGC, luckily, but, like, you know, when I was paying attention to League of Legends and I guess sometimes in the FGC as well, but more rare. People do that shit and talk about it as if it was real, and it's just so fucking stupid. Oh my god, I hate it. Anyway, there's enough evidence in the FGC to prove that you can absolutely still rock the world. Even past 30, past 40. There aren't, you know, a lot of fighting game players past 50. I'm not sure if they are. I guess Alex Valle, maybe. But, you know, the scene itself is too young to have super old players still. But, like, I don't really see why even, like, a 70-year-old, if they keep up the practice all the time, you know, shouldn't be able to still compete at a high level. Oh. Gamerby with the Kine. I think when I first saw him play, he was playing... I want to say Preacher because given his history as an add-on player, you know, the Muay Thai character kind of makes sense. But maybe I was imagining that. Maybe he was always on Kine. I don't know. But yeah, Kine, a really strong character, obviously. But so is Hokuto Maru. Ayo, beautiful anti-air. Boom, you're done.
It's gonna work out there. Good recovery from GamerB.
Yeah, I've noticed it a lot with the Asian Kinds. They don't typically like to go for those setups that lead into Genie into anything else. So I'm curious who's gonna go further.
Trying to get in there, but didn't cancel into anything. So maybe he was trying to delay his flash kick cancel to catch a punish attempt, but didn't quite get the timing. Oh, not much out of that. Gen D leaving some damage untapped. Oops, but doesn't matter. Should surely be able to kill off of this. Yes. Schnasty.
Those kids in the background, man, the kids in this game are all messed up. Like, they're all just cheering on the violence. Southtown is a rough
What the
place,
hell?
guys. Don't move there. Violence is high. Even the kids will kick
Maybe Gen D was trying to hyper defend and got it, but it looked like there was something extra that hit there. Set up the orbs, hold this mix, hold this pressure. Okay, you got out. You got in there, okay. Ah, man, I hate how hard it is to whiff punish the flash kick breaks. Flash kick break is like the dumbest break in the game.
We had this like same conversation last time. We were talking about old people and bald people, and Gen D is both.
He's both, bro.
Yeah, last year KY when Purify was up on screen.
Ooh, nice one.
Though. He's showing you, I got some youth in me, baby.
Nope.
Hitting that rev blow.
Now no more rev blow for you, though.
Scary. You see the genie out and you're just thinking.
So making an escape like that one just now is going to be hard, but hey, got a level on super at least. There you are.
He was holding down the rev button, yeah. Press forward, so tapped out.
Ah, Gamery with a bit of a drop. Probably could have, and was trying to combo out of that hit. But it doesn't even matter. He still gets his win.
2-0 over Gen D.
Yeah, seems like Gen D started to make the adjustments, right? But slowly. Not enough time to really get the comeback in the fashion that he desired.
Don't really know these people.
Feel himself after that one.
This set just ended, I guess. So did this one? Hey, that's Elizabeth from KOF. I think specifically 13. Great taste once again. She's kinda... She struggles a bit, I guess, in that game. But, you know, not terrible.
Something ridiculous
Something like that? I think because I mean we're just under 900 players. It's a
I almost clicked on a link. That would have been unwise to open on stream.
K-Fam came out, every other Game Fam came out. The crossover is massive, but coming up to stage is a man who has been playing SNK for the greater part of 2 decades. So old at this point, but known for the Daimon.
I mean, he's known for a lot of grapplers. Also
The Daimon?
A player right in O2. Oh, you might have heard from him. I think he just won Evo Japan, right? For King of Fighters 15.
Wait.
Of course, we're talking about
Okay, for KF15, I was like, wait.
all the way out here at Combo Breaker, man.
That's gotta be ET then, huh?
The sponsors, the players,
Sponsored by
everything
Falcon.
working in tandem with
Yahoo.
each other. We're getting all these players that we would usually have to wait for, like,
Yeah.
Evo to see. And we're getting
So Shanghai didn't actually participate in KF15 at Evo Japan. He was signed up, but he disqualified himself so he could focus on City of the Wolves and Street Fighter 6, but I think at Street Fighter 6 he just lost kind of early on. But hey, he did win City of the Wolves, so, you know. But the way ET was playing that tournament, I feel like if Shanghai wasn't feeling like he was super well prepared, then I do think ET probably would have won anyway, even if Shanghai had participated. So it's not one of those, oh man, the better player didn't even play. Pretty sure ET would have taken that regardless. He was on fire in that specific event. Please. Please.
Pop out a guard cancel. Yeah. Very rarely are you going to see ET just look.
I am sad that we didn't get to see Dai play in his pool. But it was probably pretty free for him anyway. But I would like to cheer for my dude. You know? And now my stream is reconnecting, so we're definitely offline. Oh, man.
Kevin can't really deal with that, not having
But-
options. But Jakku, the pressure is on you to beat an Evo champion.
But every time I also have to like reset my Twitch to show my stream to myself again. And it's not even doing it. It's because we're reconnecting again. I love it here.
Round start EX teleport caught him jumping. Good lord.
ET also repping Hokutomaru.
Double jump into the feint. ET already showing off the tricks.
Yep, just holding forward.
ET phone home.
You thought I was done stalling in the air after the double jump? Ha! You fool.
Oh no, yeah.
I got more where that came from.
Changing air trajectory makes it harder. And this might be a perfect game, Cookie. It's looking like it.
Yeah, it's looking like it. It's gonna be very close. Yeah, the 2B from a distance.
Tap the toes.
And ET starting off with what we already pretty much saw coming.
I mean, ET, he's gonna.
But I guess I should be online because the stream here at least has been playing for long enough where if my internet was off, it shouldn't be playing anymore. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Wait.
Trying to find the answer.
Okay.
There it is. The delayed anti-air does end up working out, scales the damage a lot, but you have time to 50-50.
Oopsies.
What if I hit
Okay.
JD guard cancel?
No,
Let me
wait.
just do that real quick.
Are we live or not?
Okay, yeah, that was the right response.
I'm not even sure, man. This is so ass, man.
Baits it out. Nice.
Okay, blocks it.
Nice, gets the bingo.
So they get some good damage thanks to that level 1, to that bingo. But he's still overheated and has to deal with the corner as much as he doesn't want to. Uh-oh. No.
This could go either way. It could literally
Oh, nice delay on the anti-air and catches him. Beautiful stuff.
ET didn't like that one, but JQ finally puts a round on the board.
Yes, and doing good, man. Listen, finally finding that gap, right? Knowing that ET likes to go for the double jump into the feint and utilizing that. That's what it takes to beat Hulk tomorrow.
Okay, Cheesus down isn't quite quite good enough on the timing though, and once again my internet shits the bed. Oh. Out of SPG, not quite. Ooh, delayed throw is tagged. Sweep him. Look. Nope. I can also do those. JT, ET definitely has to try harder than he did in the first match. Deku, you know, doing some adaptations. There we go. This could be the end. This should be the end. Boom. Ah, Deku.
Right, Deku asserting himself. He said, "Wait a minute. I know you're an evil champ, but I'm looking
Second time we're seeing one of our, you know, expected strong players. Wow, that was sick. Damn, the absolutely smoothest walk forward into the instant whiff punish command grab. Are you kidding me?
Yo, the problem for Kevin, though.
I have not seen that move like ever.
Yeah, people almost never use the non-EX version of that move for some reason. Hey, Deku! Set point! And it's not like the other time we saw it against Shine, where he started off strong and then, you know, his opponent got a read on him. This is like, you know, set point. He was losing until now. So unless he... Oh no, this could be where it all ends. Level 1 coming in. SPG gone. But he's not done. Damn, he didn't get his, like, probably micro walked forward or something in order to get that grab. And by the time I'm back to seeing things again, I'm expecting Jaku to be dead. Or, you know, we'll still be watching from here and then we just, yeah, I guess we're delayed. That's fine. Can you survive this? Roll through, but the non-EX version does have more recovery.
The deep breath, did you see that?
Yeah.
ET, the world champion with a deep breath cookie.
He's pulling off the Daimon climax.
World champion, not in this game though.
Too far, here it is.
It's too early, gets the 2D though, the counter hit is huge.
Oh no, Jaku trying to desperately get away. ET snuffing the attempts with some, you know, some JBs, etc. What the hell? That looked so wrong. But hey, whatever. ET's undeterred. Gets a safe jump. Yep, this might be the end. It should be. Bonk. And doesn't even need the bar.
That was close. ET knows that was close. ET shaking their head. That was like one or two interactions away from being Jaku moving on and winning side.
He had to earn that one. And it seems like my internet is once again unwilling to cooperate. This is fucking trash, man. This is such a pain.
Just saying, of course, but speaking of breaking the DPs and breaking it off of Kevin, we're going to take a small little break, guys. We're going to be right back with more.
No, they're taking a break.
That's what I'm talking about. More action just like this coming up after the break.
New Chipotle honey
What? I hit M to mute, but of course it didn't work. Fucking garbage. Don't know either of these dudes. Don't know what's happening here. Okay, while I am, well, rather, while the break is going on and I don't know what's happening, I'm just gonna go to the idol meeting room real quick. I think I might have left something there accidentally last time, so
A lot of
Let
dash
me
blocking, maybe
get rid
less
of
emphasis on the block.
my
We're going to make stuff happen.
Shing.
Yeah, hype.
Bop.
Here we go. Final
BRB.
match of this Pools block. Delvey versus Jun Bear. Here we go.
Immediately running in with it. Listen, because the range advantage is going to be to Linne in this match typically, at least in the mid-range. We do have the projectiles for Akatsuki, but usually they're just something you advance behind. Immediately goes for the spot dodge, pays off.
Getting opened up by that classic Linne 2A, 2A. Really difficult to deal with.
Oh, no. Huge guard charge there with the can mix-up. Jun Bear immediately running it down as fast as possible. Nice, doing these very layered mix-ups right from the very beginning, testing your reaction, seeing are you going to be playing, you know, your grandma's uni, ready for the right OSs, or are you going to fall? To my freaky stuff, my second layer, perhaps even my third.
Yeah, well, so much of fighting game tournaments are how you navigate the first to two, and that higher variance, higher damage options are really what can take you far. We saw that from Jun Bear with that canned low.
Yeah, and there's how much can I learn about my opponent in this in such a short amount of time, and also can I afford to not learn about my opponent and maybe just run them over?
Yeah.
Gonna have to see how Delvey, nice with the empty into the Bitatsu, the classic huge starter on a counter hit like that. Going to be close to, not death obviously, going for the reset for the weird open semi option. Did get the green shield, but not ready to punish it.
That dash out was
I'm
so
back.
key there from Jun Bear. Great mobility.
So,
Now putting Delvey in the
Jun
corner.
Bear, not to be confused with June Bug.
But ready for the guard thrust. That's their only way out. Delvey ready for it.
That's my guy. You could see the mental
Uh-huh.
stats, the mind games being played there.
I saw the neuron fall.
This stuff,
We've seen a couple of those. He's paid for it before.
nothing.
But paid off in that scenario.
Okay,
You gotta
okay,
be willing
okay.
to keep doing it.
Plus for
Tried to go for the empty jump grab, but Delvey was
So
ready.
much resource, but all you need
Damn.
at the end of the day is a Bitatsu. It does everything for you. It picks you up from the airport. It does your taxi.
Yeah,
it
that
tucks you in at
Bitatsu
night.
of Akatsuki's
we
kind of
saw
notorious.
A lot of Bitatsu in the rounds where Delvey was winning.
It may be the secret sauce, and by a secret, I
Oopsie,
mean
nice whiff punish.
Yeah, it's like a A1.
Come on, Jun Bear, you got the
well-known
cooler
sauce.
character. Don't let this generic Shoto guy win.
You're nice, ready for the throw. Just the delay. Delvey ready to wake up with the buttons, but
Ooh,
was not confident enough.
interesting
Continues their assault.
side switch activation
Very fast
thing.
conversion, not going to do too much. So
Wasn't
Delvey,
familiar with that one.
you know, annoyed by that, but maybe just glad to get rid of the resources from Jun Bear.
Delvey slowing things down quite a bit, trying to find the right opportunity to challenge. Waits out the cycle, right?
Get him.
But unfortunately, gets grid broken, so he's not going to get
That's
the
gonna
chance
be
to
tough
use it.
now, and it's over.
Frame trap. At that point, you got to risk it all, and Jun Bear ready to capitalize on it.
Especially when you have a life disadvantage there, you may sometimes you're like, I may as well win the cycle just so I get meter for the next round. But yeah, that grid break gonna make it really tough for Delvey now.
It's demoralizing, but hopefully Delvey able to maintain composure.
Nope,
although
no
Jun
parry
Bear
for you.
Kind of running all over this match, working on a perfect.
Jun Bear, yeah, with all the momentum right now.
Can really put him in the blender, but of
Bruh.
course you always have invincible options from Akatsuki. What are we gonna do? Empty jump.
Throw in the wrong direction though. Gets the roll through though. Hey, there's the parry.
He's gonna be minus, willing to hedge his bet on
How much can you get out of this? Not too much, that's fine. Got the corner at least.
Run his offense. This is very difficult to deal with. That Akatsuki 2A maybe
Running that pressure, Jun Bear trying to hold it. Oh, finally gets clipped.
Not enough for that Akatsuki game plan where you
Yeah, okay, that was an unintentional reset, question mark?
able to confirm season running
Yeah, that wasn't the best situation.
and able to confirm into the ender.
Are we
Give me
back
one
here?
apiece.
No.
I could not ask for a more beautiful last game. We always want to finish things off on a close match. Everyone needs to be happy about it. Or at least be like, damn, I just needed one more.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes off here.
Oh, delayed overhead.
Delvey looked like he adapted really
Of course he
well,
has to
but
delay it, right?
Jun
That's
Bear
a
took
charge
that
thing.
last game so convincingly.
Oh, the bait.
It's just so like meticulously layered. He's kind of like, oh, he's doing the combo, and then he's like, okay.
Wait, it's totally an intentional reset.
Yeah.
The whoopee cushion, maybe the banana peel. We'll have
No
to see.
super
Just
sprint.
like that, though.
I guess just some confidence will do the trick sometimes, you know?
And then just do 1+1, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, got exactly over the projectile. No, another drop.
Not a huge ender as Delby's gonna get another chance. Vitatsu is able to
Ha, you saw it.
Very sick punish there.
A projectile for a projectile, and it's Junbear who comes out on top here with that EX Kuga. Now well positioned here, has access to grid.
Stay pressing. Nope, that's a low. Your parry is denied, but once again, no finished combo. Oh, gets him out of the air. Da da da. Got a bar to spend also. Yup. With a perfect at the end. Damn.
Pull him through, and Junbear clutching it out. Ending on what was that, a perfect at the end there? If
Yes,
not,
it was.
Very, very close. We didn't get to see those golden, or I think they're purple in this game. Those purple letters.
Another, or I think that might be the same Matera.
First time on stream today.
I'm not sure. Gold Phantom, we've definitely seen that name before.
Gonna be able to see them later in
Against.
Season 2 potentially. But what a treat, man.
Was that against Beatrix? No, that was against. No, it was against. Was it against Beatrix? Might have been a bit against Beatrix.
Encapsulation. I mean, that last round was like, you know, a perfect, but it was also perfect. You know, beating the EX projectile with EX projectile, bringing back that low option that you saw in the first game that did so much.
Yeah.
Perfect. My guy Bonsai from the Hard Edge community also plays Matera. Won Hessen Crash's Grand Blue tournament last year, I want to say. Either that or he won a match that that I guess most people expected him to lose or something. I'm pretty sure I think he won the tournament, but I don't know.
Punish a lot of neutral jumps, of course. Lene, a character with 2 different jumps, you can kind of.
Oh, come on, man. You can't fucking keep doing this to me, man.
Make it easier for yourself, but next time you see these seats, it'll be Brett and Tabby. They'll take good care of you. See you around.
Okay. I guess they're also going on break. But at least we still got Street Fighter. I feel like they're also gonna go into a break now. So let's check out the Street Fighter. OMG Blaze, I think I've heard that name. Dank Moose? Maybe?
Yeah, just kind of like the blurred vision off to the side, you know? But yeah, so Blaze also, one of them, the main dudes put in Aki on the map even like earlier on, actually. It was between like him and Carcinus that I used to study a bunch. And I think OMG Blaze...
Somebody, I guess, reminded it.
Come over to my stream and like...
Not me directly, but like mentioned that, you know, that one ad that we saw a glimpse of, there's a turtle in there. Well, Dai, you know, the guy that I talked about a couple times, he's a big fan of turtles. So they clearly put that ad in there just for him, and so there's no way he can lose. Moose trying to sneak in some extra stocks, but Blaze was like, nah man, I'm gonna poke you. Oop, what the fuck? I don't think that should have worked, but Dank Moose, I suppose, just wasn't blocking. Anti-air, you got a little too high up and too close. Nice, damn. The poison tick was what decided that grab, I think. Otherwise, I think it wouldn't have been enough damage to kill. But this is killing me. But I'm dead. I died. I'm alive again. Oh no, a dropped combo. Wow. That's not a trait that Dank Moose wanted because he lost all of his stocks. And didn't even do much damage with it. And yeah, Aki excellent at abusing... Oh! At abusing overdrive, drive overheat, burnout, fucking goddammit. But, beautiful reaction by Dank Moose. Obviously you gotta be aware that when you're near the corner and you're burnt out, the opponent is gonna go for the drive impact eventually. So you have to be ready. Boom! Is that gonna... I think it is, yeah. No, wait, not actually. Ooh. But, you know, Blaze just denying the forward momentum that Dank Moose was looking for. Well done. Plus, doesn't want to deal with it. But, once again, a little too greedy on those stocks. Blaze gets right back in there. Kind of realizing that Dank Moose is trying to sneak in maybe too many of those stock gatherings. I think that's probably the case for most lady players online, so if you've played the matchup a bunch, you're probably kind of used to wanting to sneak in on them. But then, of course, the good lilies will know to intercept you with her 2 heavy punch, crouch heavy punch, which is an excellent button. Ooh. I guess a frame kill with that grab. Very dominant round. So we're still on break, and so are we. Why does this one have a timer, but that one doesn't? Come on, man. More pools next. Only Low Kick Esports has the skills to set a timer. Great face. To freeze on. Okay. Watch them also tell us that they're about to have a break. Have a Kit Kat Chunky. But who knows? 1 more minute for this one. Flashbang. It's okay. Pool B129 is where Dai came out on the winner's side. Do we have like a top something? Probably not, right? No. Round 2 pools? Round 3 pools? Not yet, I guess. Wow.
You know what that WW is for, baby. It's the World Warrior. Now coming to your region.
Dai is in pool H129, together with ZJZ, I think.
For all the scheduling, all the information, that is your path to Capcom Cup 12, and it begins right here. Yeah, exactly. The World Warrior is allowed for a lot of these.
Oh, and Dai will have to face ZJZ in his second match from there. Toph the Goat. Chris Wong, hey. Danikov. Chronosanaki. Names we've seen. Zendo. So they made it out in losers, I suppose. Obviously, I don't think I'll be streaming all of today's action, because I think that will run until very late, past the time where I would even go to bed, usually. So I'm just gonna, gonna get out of there at some point. Oh, hey. My guy on my game. And Aru is also a pretty good commentator.
You know, it'd be nice to see them travel up to, you know, show what
good stuff.
Those retro titles. I want to see
Under Knight
I want to see Samurai Showdown 5
is back as well, but no Gramblib.
I'm pretty sure they're trying to get more people to start playing as like, hey, these games
I guess we can make it a little louder.
Rollback netcode on there.
They're pretty good. You guys should pick them up.
There's a lot of information out there for the games too. Like, there's a wiki. I know a lot of people don't like reading the wiki, but trust me, it has almost everything you want there, and then you still have the discords that you're probably a part of. Yeah. That you're not looking at those pin messages for
the wiki for this game.
Join and then
I
you
guess.
Immediately, right? And then never look at it again.
I mean, I do that for stuff that I don't really need, which is okay. But then when it comes to games that I care about, I'm like, I need this information on hand at all times.
Of course, yeah, definitely. So yeah, I mean, if you guys are interested in qualifying for the SWC, pick up one of those older titles. You probably have a good shot, depending on how competitive those games. Because those like old KOF games, people are still like hundreds of people every day in Fightcade playing or in places.
Not sure what they're talking about, honestly.
Places that have licensed ports of the game with good netcode. Yes, that's where they're playing.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, get your practice in wherever you can, and try to qualify, because these tournaments are going to be insane. I mean, like City of the Wolves, of course, this weekend. That's what we're waiting for. We're getting our match set up. It looks like actually we've got our players gathered here.
Ooh.
So we've got Dormancy 207. I'm familiar with them. From the Northeast, I want to say Maine.
Maybe. I've definitely heard the name before. I just don't remember the exact.
I think we've seen the guy on the right on stream, maybe.
But it's nice to see him competing in this game as well.
Other dude is wearing too much of a mask for me to tell. But I don't think we've seen them.
But, you know, let's see what we get, what he's got to bring to the table.
The cool thing about a brand new addition to a series, something that's existed before, like Garo into City of Wolves. A lot of people are like, "Oh, I've played that game before. I kind of like remember how some of this stuff works."
Yeah.
They start playing, they're like, "Wait a minute, why is everyone else so good at this already?" and it lends to itself that
No. No.
the game's
Okay.
legacy is not something that's 100% brand new.
Yeah.
It's just like one or two small tweaks that you kind of just like have to get a beat on how things flow right away.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can deal with a couple of seconds every couple of minutes. That's fine.
Oh, okay. So
I mean, it's still suboptimal, but it's better than what we've experienced before.
Yeah, well, whatever. If you're playing on stream, you want to make sure that the delay is like everything that you're used to.
But people play on PC, they play on PS5 at home.
You're right.
Everyone's a PC
I will
gamer.
never understand it either. I'm just trying to give the players the benefit of the doubt here.
I can't anymore because over the last couple of years, everyone said that, oh, we should play on PC, when it's been proven that sometimes PC is not as consistent across the board. Whereas console is always consistent.
Yeah, that entire...
Play on console
we should be playing on PC. And so they stick with PC practice, and then they complain about, you know, the differences in the console versions, which is usually just like, you know, a frame or two of extra lag. Then, you know, I feel like it's their own fault. Gotta deal with reality.
This character is pretty strong at the moment. Gato as well. I think that here in the West, we're not
Practice on the optimal environment.
Yes, because I think the consensus of Gato is his pressure is a lot stronger in certain situations.
Brother Skull
Because, like, some of his dashes,
and
some of his
Dormancy.
normal dashes and pokes are pretty strong. But then
Yeah, quick air to air jump, eh?
some of the other characters like Hokutomaru, Hotaru,
Uh-oh.
jumpy,
Big jump, yeah.
So even though
Cornered.
I feel like Gato gets a little bit more off that.
Yup.
That's true, yeah. His meterless damage is quite high, but we've got a nice combo here.
Oops, got a little too zealous with I guess, fake setup. But doesn't even matter, we're back in the corner. Yup.
Taking round one, pretty dominant performance for him.
I feel like a lot of people who
Skull looked maybe a little too eager to be pressing buttons when they maybe shouldn't be.
like, all right, I picked something that's obviously strong. Tools are easy to understand. So it's not something that like, oh, I have no idea what Hokutomaru does.
Oops.
It's like,
Damn.
how do I make sure
I'm pretty sure that's not plus.
same character is equally better than yours?
Yeah, and like
But it looks like Dormancy is kind of feeling themselves like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna do my thing. You clearly aren't on my level. Gonna keep on trucking here. Yup, this is mine. I'll take this game real quick. Wait, where didn't you continue? I think you got it.
Yeah, you're right.
Oop.
That's just assault talking.
Okay, Skull trying to poke away. Obviously not much damage on those little ones.
Yeah, I did it.
Okay, good.
I know.
Good.
I wish I did though.
Gets over there, but only took another jab as reward, and now that first match is in Dormancy's favor.
From like overseas, but even then, I don't know.
I've seen you play. I'm like, damn, you're releasing a lot of tech for this game with this character that people say is not good, and I'm like, that must be a lie because I look at my toolset and it's just, hey, close D hits twice, close C is pretty good.
Hop on in there, get that jump in, get another hit.
It's just she gets outshined by a lot of these really strong characters. Is all.
Skull is eating that damage. Whoopsies. Hey, that's a counter hit. Nope, no combo. But who needs combos anyway, eh?
My friend jump B into 2B, 2B, stand B. It's amazing that all that kind of combos, because normally in most fighting games you don't really get a light jump in to two crouching lights to standing light.
Right. He's just blessed. That down B of his is.
Remember this corner? This entire set so far has happened there. Okay? Can't be dropping those in the situation you're in. It's just gonna get tougher to make this comeback.
Skull kind of on the last legs here.
Oh. Nope. Didn't manage to follow up. Could have probably done EX shoulder into a kill or something, but what do I know? Oof. Yeah, that was a tough call, right? Because in that situation, a grab would have killed. So now it's, you know, the truest thing to a 50-50 that it'll be.
So you might see some players double hoodie setup, long sleeves,
And then you die.
extra like under armor going on just to make sure their hands aren't too cold. They might bring hand warmers because that's very important when you play on those stages. When you play at pools, it's kind of more. There's more people huddled together. There's more warmth.
Yeah.
But then when you come up here, there's none of that. You have to make sure your hands execute. Right now, my hands are kind of cold because the AC above us.
It's like right above us.
So if I was playing, I'd be like, this is not good. I can't like move the way I want to. But
Yeah, cold hands suck. There's my girl Beatrix. Versus, what's her name again? Charlotta? I think it's Charlotta. She's cute, but gameplay-wise seems extremely bland, I guess. Lame. Uninteresting. Just kind of face to the wall. Dumb.
The economy is not so good these days, Fox.
Yeah, I know.
It's not so good, but you know.
Oops.
Anybody that
Very early air to air button out of green herb.
like experience the offline vibes.
Oops, you're dead.
Very much appreciated. You know, gotta support these events while they're around. Can't take them for granted, no matter what.
Jeeves, get me my my dinner, Jeeves. Do my laundry, Jeeves.
So you kind of gotta take the advantage while you can, even if you're not a top player. It's just the environment and vibes are so nice. You get to play with people you might have seen online, but you get to see them in person, hang out, have the same chit chat, but you have a more.
Come on, Beatrix.
Even when you play people,
green herb. Show me what's good. Hey, okay. Wow, even gets a full combo out of that. Was that the whatever strike? I didn't know you could use that defensively, but maybe that was just a mess up. I don't know, man. No, don't do it to my girl. Damn, the damage. I don't think so. I think she's blocking. What? Is that not punishable? Please. Please. Can't do this to me. Okay. No, not okay.
Set up here.
I feel like a lot of the more sponsored players kind of understand the fact that I'm sponsored for a reason. I need to try to do as well as I can to make sure I keep the sponsor. So they'll play the typically seen as immediately stronger characters.
Oh yeah.
So you might see a lot of Hotarus, a lot of Hokutomarus, some Hines, a couple of Marcos. Now that
some
people
Marcos, some Gatos, some Billy.
They finally figured out like, hey, this character, especially Marco. I think that character, once people figure out the setups to stop Revlo stuff and counter mash setups, they're just gonna start exploding everybody.
Oh yeah.
Because he does
no, Marco's a menace. It is gonna be one of the least played characters, I think. And I think rightfully so. She's really uninteresting in this game. And also doesn't seem particularly strong. And, you know, has very similar tools to Hotaru and the other Shotos. So, yeah. Unlucky.
And that's like the only use for having point SPG, right?
Kindebu, yeah. I was wondering if that was that guy that I saw in, you know, when my stream was lagging.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be able to do a lot.
Gian the Wolf.
And her Red XL sequences are pretty good.
Getting Hotaru right now. Kindebu, you know, one of those players that is, I think, known for just picking top tier. Which, you know, you probably should if you're trying to win. Okay, Nope, okay. Good call, good reaction to at least get the block in.
the only thing is you're fighting a character with an equally as good, if not better,
Just fucking zoning her out, and nice, yep, that's the strength of that projectile. She recovers quickly, can move behind it, and then... Well, then what do? You don't jump, tell you that much.
It's like Guile's Sonic Boom. Like her recovery is non-existent. She can chase behind it. It moves really
Interesting option with the rev blow. I guess just expected Jian to do something. Okay, there we go. That EX projectile of hers at least is pretty good. It'll crush anything else, any other projectiles.
It moved very quickly. It's got 2 hits, right? So,
And you should be dead. Doesn't even do the level 2. Yeah, I guess with that much life still left, maybe even the level 2 wouldn't have done it.
Oh no! I thought
Damn.
might swing into it a little bit earlier since they were pushed away, but he had the discipline to sit there and say, wait for part of the animation to end before punishing with 2C.
yeah, very, very well done. From
Kindevu.
as you might expect. Kindevu, of course, a legend
Bop.
in the fighting game space. Been around for a very, very long time.
Okay,
his first SNK
out of
game,
there.
He played a ton of KOF 14 is where I mostly saw him.
Damn, okay.
Probably played some of the older ones as well, for all I know.
Evens out the life and gets another hit, okay. Jian just trying to keep up here. Gets a bit of a life lead with a risky DP. But hey, if they hit, then they're not risky.
Finally has a life lead in this set so far, but they have to make sure...
Oh, nice JD. Yeah, and thanks to the reduced pushback, managed to get that button in there. Because JDs don't change the frame data. Like if something's minus, it's the same amount of minus if you JD it. If it's plus, it's the same amount of plus. But the pushback is strongly negated. And you get the option to, you know, guard cancel. Oop. Ah. Eat your own projectile and then the opponent's. That's just rude, man.
From King Devu to just play full screen and win the fireball war. So, I mean, he knows, like, his fireball...
Heavy confirm. Knockdown into the meaty projectile. Oh, okay. Really using a lot of those rev cancels, but yeah, I was just about to say, on the verge of overeating, and now you're out of there. And so is Kindevu, just running past, taking as much distance as he needs. He's fine, full screen near the opponent, confident that he'll be in control, and he was right. Jian didn't look free, you know, that definitely wasn't a total blow up, but it was still pretty dang controlled.
He gets to set the pace basically, and it's difficult to check every single.
Something about the setting for this camera or something. Maybe it's the lighting. I don't know. It looks kind of weird a lot of the time. Like the people in it look a little weird. Maybe it's too high quality for me or something. What's the quality? It's just 1080p. So that should be normal. I don't know, man. It just, there's something about it.
We do not promote Uncrustables here on Combo Breaker. That is not an official sponsor.
That is not an endorsement of any kind. We have no opinion on that product.
Is that Punko? No, that's not Punko. Wait, no, it's not.
Familiar with that player, but there's also.
In that case, I don't recognize either of them.
Who is the sponsor tag? I'm not sure what that stands for, but again, another player I'm not familiar with. But that is that's kind of the beauty of pools in these big events. Is like you're exposed.
Bit of an entanglement issue.
Right? Yes, because some of them might not.
Quantum entanglement, that is. Maybe not.
Enter online tournaments of a smaller scale, and you're not really tuned into everything because there's so much just to watch for. Because you have to try to think, okay, have they played it? Obviously, the bigger ones are like TNS, Paragon. What's another one I'm forgetting?
Like Fatal, Frame, the Just Frame one.
Yes, and there's some. When I say smaller scale, I'm like the online ones. They still get like 50, 60, which is still a lot of people if you think about it. Imagine 50 people in a room playing in a tournament. That's a lot.
I don't think I've participated in an offline tournament, or any tournament really, I guess.
Because even though they're not always on every...
In so long,
they still probably have enough
that, like, you know, making sure that people aren't still connected to the console, and that I choose the right account and whatnot, had to ever be an issue, you know what I mean? That's how long I haven't entered a tournament. as a as a competitor.
Because they're supporting the scene, but they don't.
That's kind of crazy. now that I think about it.
There's enough of a player base online. There's enough presence.
Like I think Xbox 360 was pretty much the last time.
I want to be a part of those people playing.
Thank you for
Oh,
saying.
it might have also been on PS3, but that era.
Had no plan.
See, that's the beauty of having a co-commentator that like you kind of just know outside of doing
that you
this.
gel with, yeah, for sure.
You just kind of just like when you talk whatever, you figure out like where they're trying to go with their sentences.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we got Hokumaru versus Preacha. It looks like a button check once again.
It does.
So Preacha, I found recently more and more as a character. Her biggest strengths are obviously like infighting in the spaces where Hokumaru is probably trying to Hotaru are trying to press like their 2Bs.
Yep.
The 2Bs, the 2As, but her 2C and far C are Preacher's C normals. They're kind of active.
They're all very good, yeah.
I'm pretty sure her 2C got nerfed from the betas to now, but her far C is still pretty good, and her 2C is still solid. And her 4D is also, when you get it as a wild punch, it's pretty good. And it's a solid button to hit in neutral.
I definitely agree with. Like I feel like.
And since you can cancel from far C and 2C into EX Rekka, and the first two hits of EX Rekka are plus on block, you can just kind of, get really annoying.
Because that's where she really shines. Like you pointed out the 2C being really good. The 5C
And then you, sneak your way in with that spin kick sometimes or something.
Because then you start being
Play a solid neutral game, get in there, be real annoying, do some big damage.
Short hop on you and she's like on top of you to press like 2 repeatedly.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's kind of scary because
I kind of want to secondary her a bit, I guess, but also on the other hand, I'm not that interested in her either. She has that overhead low mix up with her sway, her back sway thing. But other than that, she's also not that interesting. That's kind of my main problem with the roster. The female characters aren't all that interesting. Janae is like the most interesting, and even she, like her interesting stuff isn't all that powerful, sadly. Like you're not gonna overhead mix somebody with her EX overhead kick breaks. It's too slow for that. So anybody who's played the matchup ever is gonna at least block high. And you can't, like if you break and then do an empty version into low, that's too slow. You recover too slowly. So the high-low on that is fake. And the cross-up is, on the heavy break is like not terrible, but it's also not great. So you're kind of playing a pretty basic strike-throw game at the end of the day. Not enough sauce.
So, I mean, I don't know, like, you're gonna have to figure out a way to stop Hokumaru from jumping around like a madman, and I don't know that Preacha necessarily has great tools for that. She needs to get in close and catch the startups of
Nothing special versus Bubblyum. Bubblyum, probably.
Oh, and the other thing about fighting Hokumaru is that sometimes when you're kind of doing nothing,
Oops, backdashed into the just slightly still remaining projectile. Oh no.
Hey, I do my universal anti-air or just
dash forward or whatever.
Right, because you can't really let him get away with that, especially if you're just waiting.
Oops.
You have to establish that you're able to react to those.
Nothing special trying to kind of get in there and start hitting buttons, but Bubblyum just kind of, staying in the air, staying out of reach, being annoying. Uh-oh. No super confirm, no nothing, okay. Oh my god, okay. Another way to, remain in the air for a bit. Okay, I think you're just overdoing it a little much, maybe. Why didn't you follow up? Whatever. Bubblyum looked more sloppy than nothing special at the start, I want to say, but then... Oh no. But then just kind of had better tricks. A better, a more powerful game plan. But who cares now? And yeah, my stream is reconnecting again, so that means my internet is completely out again. Oh, god fucking damn it, man. Okay, we're back, kinda. I wonder how far behind I am at this point.
Yeah, super. Or in this guy's case, you can actually buffer like the air invincible DP move that you have, and it'll beat it.
Boom, man. High success rate on the rev blows. Especially considering the counter hit confirms over that. Oh no, what the fuck? That was... No, my... That's the best punish.
Actually, Bubblegum has no meter here. Almost burnt or almost overheated.
He said burnout, haha. What a scrub, I would never make that mistake.
There's a lot of times when, well, Hoka Tomato is kind of an outlier. When he jumps, you have to expect a double jump or a hover.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure that was not intentional. I have that problem too sometimes where I'm trying to wave dash in and then hit close C or something. But because the input for wave dashes is kind of, you know, forward, down, forward and stuff, I get a DP motion by accident. And that usually isn't good for me. Sometimes I accidentally get, you know, Janae's counter and then they hit into it and that's funny. But most of the time I'm just kind of standing there doing the counter and then usually it's so unexpected that I don't get punished for it, but in theory, it's definitely not a good move. What the fuck? Yeah, that move lost its projectile invincibility. But once again, that's probably not what Nothing Special wanted, because there's no reason to dash up if you're gonna do that. And there's no reason to even live if my internet is gonna be shit.
Can't punish that, but almost got a hit confirm off the counter hit.
I think that you can mash the
Oops.
high dodge attack.
Oh, no confirms.
Air rev blow follow-up, and I think it'll punish
No whiff punishes, okay. Get at least the sweep punish on the sweep.
That's how it works for my
Ah! No! Okay. That should do a lot of damage. You could go into hidden gear. Okay, that's fine too. No! That wasn't even meaty. We saw Nothing Special get a move. But not fast enough. Wait, Nothing Special won the previous round? I didn't even... Man, this internet situation sucks, man. I really want to get a die match on stream before I stop. But this is just so annoying. So I don't know if I'll stream that long. Oops. Wow, they're swinging.
You can't let him teleport for free because he will be plus. Yeah, like that right there was very
Okay. No.
There's a lot of throws coming out from WM on offense whenever they kind of fly in for free.
Yeah. The desperation throws, I guess. I'm familiar with those. Okay. No, too early. But so gets a hit, but drops the combo. Okay. Yep. Don't overspend. Get a level 1. I like that. Yep.
I actually did not know if that was gonna hit.
Yeah. It goes
I thought it would. The only thing I was wondering is if maybe he could recover and maybe JD that. I'm not sure.
I cannot figure out what caused it. I've tried so many different things.
Oh, so there's no like consistent timing for how variable the tornado hits?
No, not that I found, because
Oops. No whiff punish. You were a little too slow. Up.
I've tried like all sorts of different things, and like sometimes it hits 2 times, sometimes it hits 3.
Okay, okay. Ah, what are you doing? Why would you even do that? That makes no sense. That should be the end of this round. Uh-huh.
Alright, Bubble Yum on set point.
So I know Nothing Special was doing a little bit better, but it still feels like they're not responding correctly to a lot of the teleports when Bubble Yum is full screen.
Yeah, grab the knight again. Okay. Big, you know, overcomes the DP. But since it was an EX break, you couldn't punch it, obviously. Uh-oh. Getting hit hard. Up, could have supered, should have supered. Might have killed. Damn, okay, got him. Probably would have been better to just do the level 1, so you have another one in the tank. But, you know, that was some respectable damage. Oof. Okay, that's an interesting choice of a move for both of them.
Probably trying to think they can get some more chip damage coming through, which is not easy to.
So what do we have over here? An ad, and here
Oh, this move should do enough to just straight up kill.
a kill. Bonchan destroying somebody.
It's not enough, and you just get
right, it's Bonchan. Yes, it is. And just them. Every time I tab over to this, it's just them sitting there. What are you doing? And now my internet is dying again. I'll stream until 11 PM or something, and then I'll fucking get out of here. This sucks ass. I keep watching, but this is just too annoying. Like, what's the point, man?
And being able to react to the armor
Okay.
with flash.
Because a lot of people have
Great.
that issue where they hear that, oh, being able to fight Red Blow is it's not easy, but you know it's doable because you should be able to react to a lot of situations where if someone's an SPG, that gives you an idea what they might do on defense. If they're just trying to get out because it's generally safe on block, you should either be trying to meaty throw or just get ready
them.
Yeah,
Period, right?
I'm still not a fan of the Rev Blow mechanic. I think SPG and Rev Blow are both not that great in their current states. SPG is just kind of... it doesn't change that much. The biggest, you know... The biggest thing is that you get Rev Blow, which is not a mechanic I don't like, as I just said. And the second thing is that you get access to your hidden gear, which, you know, that's a... I don't dislike hidden gears. But every other change is like, you get like a little bit of a damage boost. Your Rev stuff costs a little less. But your control over the SPG is so limited. I don't know, it's just not a system I find very compelling. And then Rev Blows are just kind of dumb.
Especially if you're not used to doing such research on your own, setting up
There aren't a lot of smart ways to use them, I guess. Like, you know, using Hokutomaru's or Janae's as an anti-air, you know, that's a legit thing. But most of them are like, yeah, I'm gonna throw it out in neutral, I guess, or like in this gap and hope that it works. And, you know, it's kind of too hard to react to for most people to do anything about, so it's gonna be fine. That's how it currently is, at least. People will probably get better at dealing with it, you know, on reaction and stuff. But even then. Can we please just have the internet? Please. Yeah, there we go.
A lot of players still never understanding that usually when you get a sweep, counter hit while
I think the sound desynced. But I'm afraid to pause and unpause to try to fix it. Oop. Oh, I think that might have been the meaty, but he mistimed the follow-up. So lucky for Falcon X there. Oops, gets the grab. Kinda seems like some spaghetti happening here. Anti-air. Yup. Having a DP, and especially one that you can heavy break, which I think is all of them, is so privileged in this game specifically. Like, you know, DPs are always privileged, but in this game you have the advantage of one, when you're in overheat you still have a good defensive option, and two, as an anti-air, heavy break DP is kind of busted. Like, other anti-airs are kind of committal because, you know, the enemy could JD them, and then if they have, you know, a good button to hit out of it in the air or something they can cancel into out of the air, they might, you know, they might punish you. And even if they don't, if they just JD, they should have an advantage. But with a heavy break DP, the only way they could ever punish that is if they have a cancel out of the air ready and are ready to use it immediately. Because on just JD and land, you are still disadvantaged. So the heavy break DP is just like pretty much completely universal. In this game where I feel like they didn't want, you know, anti-airs to be completely universal thanks to the, you know, JD system, etc. They gave DP characters a tool that is universal pretty much. And of course the reward on hit is also much better than most other anti-airs. But anyway, Admiral Zakbar looking to make another comeback here. Boom, what are you gonna do? You got a level 1 super, but no, he doesn't even try to go for a setup. He did the combo to lead into a setup. Okay, Janae doesn't have a good anti-fireball like reaction thing immediately, right? She can bait it from the air by neutral jumping and then getting a Harrier in time. But if she's on the ground and you throw a fireball, she can't really super through like some other characters can. Mostly Marco himself, I guess. But damn, yeah. Slow and steady. He just kind of worked Janae down with projectile and some other stuff. Okay. Oop. Ha! Just went for it. What a gamer. Overhead. No! I don't think that was properly timed, meaty. I think, but who knows, man. Okay, instead of just taking his own sweep as a punch. What the fuck? I don't think that was intentional. That didn't make any sense. Maybe he wanted to get punished into being an SPG. Maybe that was his entire plan. Wow, see, it worked out for him. That's totally intentional. Hey, oh no. Connects. Got 2 bars. I don't think that's gonna connect. Is it? Yeah, no, there's nothing happening. But whoops, I guess Zakbar was not ready to punish from that range. Probably could have, but don't really know how. Maybe just an EX Tatsu or something. Oop. Lucky for Falcon that Zakbar didn't punish that. Still got a chance, but now you're dead. Could have technically JD'd that, but it would have been tough. Not the cleanest performance by either of them, but still a solid win.
You can tell a lot of people are like, they're playing the game, but they're not well versed in it as some of the other players are, the ones who were playing since like beta 1.
Yeah, right.
And it's, you know, not to say everyone should be already at 100%. The game's only been out a month and a half, if that. So it's gonna take time for people to develop like their play styles, how to figure out, all right, what do I want to do for offense?
Don't think I know these two. Okay. And D4C, hey. 2-player names that I recognize fighting one another. Insanity. And it's 1-1. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There's a lot of different ways that you can approach
Punish that.
the game. I mean, a lot of players right now are kind of trending towards like kind of just trying to run their own offense.
Double fan, but no charged version.
Very much like offense oriented.
Uh-oh.
How they structure their pressure, how they do Oki. That's kind of like where the majority of players.
I should be cheering for D4C because that's. I mean, I guess it's not necessarily a JoJo's reference, but it's probably a JoJo's reference. But Moke is playing a waifu character and D4C isn't. So, what can you do? Yep. Nice fake out with a faint ghost. Okay, level 2 setup. Yep. Eating that punish counter. Might have been what Moke was willing to take. To not lose even more life. Okay. Let's get this party started. Yep, level 1 install. Very strong stuff. Grab. Fan setup. Just uncharged, okay. And you're dead. Okay. What's the win?
Just like, I need to figure out how to fight this thing.
Yeah, and it's one of those things you hit record and then you do input
Okay.
until you get the thing.
Don't think I know these guys.
That's all I need. I don't care about anything else.
Exactly. So that's where I'm at with like basically every character except for my Shiranui.
But a Straw Hat t-shirt, I guess, at least, is is cool. Even if it's not a super interesting Straw Hat t-shirt.
So we'll see if they have the.
This is so ass. I wonder if the sponsor down there, Popcorn Baron, actually makes popcorn, or if it's something else.
dreaded Kevin.
I hope it's actually popcorn. Popcorn and highly illegal drugs. That's what they should be doing.
Someone's life.
Yeah, yeah, and you can very easily take 50% with the one bar of super. There's so many different.
Is that Megumin on the other player's shirt?
So he's very blessed in that regard.
The by far best character in
cutting the combo short and ending on like
Subarashi Sekai something something. What's it called again? That one, you know the one.
You can do like a low that hits at the same time as the overhead. You can delay pressure. You can command grab. So he's offensively, he's like pretty much the full package. I think he also has the left right with the roll.
Yes.
So it's pretty nice.
But I think a lot of people would say he doesn't have a meterless reversal, so he must be bad.
Right, that's what everybody says. But also, you look at Hokutomaru, and it's like, how could you say that this character is bad?
Yeah, how can a character without a meterless reversal possibly be good? Oh, hey, Hokutomaru. Oh, hey, Billy.
Agreed. All right, so the players are Corbin, RDM.
No, come on.
And Lushi.
Keep the ball rolling, please.
Hashtag embrace Salt. We know they're a Sam Show player, most likely.
I thought Lushi was also anime.
Corbin, RDM, and Luishi. Oh, tried to go for the run-through mix, but didn't quite get his meaty timing.
Oh, okay.
Burp. Oop, okay. Let's see it. No real setup. Corner carry is massive, damage is also really good. Still an SPG session. No, wait, actually not. Okay, I saw that wrong. Damn. Caught him. Oh! Not going for the OTG hit. Just enough to chip out.
Lushi looking pretty strong.
It's funny because I feel like most people who play Hokutomaru at a decent level kind of understand his offense. But then
Boom.
like, this happens, and now you have to figure out what to do on defense outside of pressing your 4-frame button.
Right. What we got here? What we got?
Oh no, I'm not sure that was intentional, because even if Luishi had hit a button, that super doesn't have invul, so that doesn't really make much sense. But I don't know what he was trying to do, but you know. Oh! What the hell? Looks like Corbin is a little lost. Seems to be throwing out a lot of interesting options. Maybe just desperately looking for some kind of answer. Yeah, I think that's Megumin. The P4U stick.
Farsi, bingo, whatever, big confirm. Because this character does do a lot of damage, especially if you have the rev meter available.
Yeah, because if you route your combo in such a way, you get at least one of those meterless specials in, like the Hell Trap meterless, you would build enough bar. But, you know, that's neither here nor there.
Nope.
It's hard to, under pressure...
Alright, gets out with the SPG with a rev blow again. Seems to kind of have been his most consistent, successful move in this set so far, which doesn't speak too well of his success rate in general. Boom. Okay, time to get something started, but once again... Okay, normal grab. Ooh.
So I feel like you should always be dialing in the close B after the jump B, in my opinion.
Okay. Come on. Corbin definitely needs to capitalize way better off of the hits. Like any light, if you have super, go into the bingo, and any other hits you get, go for the EX chain into the setups. Because that's where Kevin really shines. Oopsies. Oop. Yeah, you gotta get in there.
I can tell someone has not played third trick very much in their lifetime. Oh, red, mash. Yeah, mash throw there. I've seen it before.
Yeah, good patience on that.
Block this time, good. But no punish, what? See, that was a good call, going for the punch directly into the super. That would have been good, but just mistimed the punch. That's unfortunate.
I see. But you don't want to press it too early and get countered.
Right.
Oops, okay, Hokutomaru in overheat. This should be a kill. No! And the super connects. Ugh.
one of those things where if you're the Kevin player, you notice the spots where you kind of mash a little bit too preemptively, and then you just like, okay, I'll start mashing later, and then the mash doesn't come through, you get counter hit anyway because you mashed later than you're supposed to, and it can be kind of frustrating because you're trying to not fall into the trap.
Oh, wow.
I'm always gonna mash into this thing that gets me killed.
Oh, yeah, that's where Susie.
You want to be the person who learns on defense.
Let's see what she does.
In this game, like if you play lazy defense, if you don't adapt
Okay,
quickly,
cross up,
will die very quickly.
corner pressure, or rather a corner combo. Probably going to lead to pressure though. That's such a cool face.
Again, it's not easy because newer game when you play.
That's some damage.
You kind of just get mauled and you're trying to scramble to figure out. Okay, do I just do reversals on wake up? Do I wait to have SPG to do rev blow? And typically, well, actually, I don't know what I want to say.
There's that zoning that I mentioned. And from the sound of it, I might have lost internet again. Oops. Okay, get another corner confirm while this is happening. Let's see if I can refresh this or something. Nope. Nope, it's the internet again. It is the internet again.
A split second.
Okay.
And then you react kind of to what they do.
Right.
Or like if you can catch like the startup of a fuzzy jump by delaying it, like you said. Even back then.
Another big hit, but a different super.
It's nice too because a lot of people
I haven't seen that one before. Pretty cool, pretty cool.
So you got to sit there and learn how to fight all of them, and you have to know which ones they are. But
one option beats like most of them.
Yeah, so so if you're worried about that, maybe just learn how to slightly delay.
She's so tall.
When you see the hit confirm,
And then when you look at the actual character sheet or something, it just says she's like 185 or some shit.
Playing on that like layer with somebody,
And everyone else is just fucking tiny.
Feels very gratifying.
That's kind of what it felt like when I found out that Manon in Street Fighter 6 is like 170 something. Because she's made out to be so tall. And then she's much shorter than I am. She's barely taller than my sister. Like, what the fuck? I'm not even sure she's taller than my sister. But around that height.
And that's what everybody wants. They want to feel like they're smarter when they play.
So actually, before we get started, before we go on forever talking about game theory stuff, we actually have to throw it to
A break? Great. I love when breaks happen, especially when my internet is already fucking shit anyway. Meanwhile, Versuzia gets another hit, another round. Ow. I might as well turn on sound, I guess. Oop. I don't want to hold this pressure. Let me out of this corner. Oops. Okay, I don't want to be holding your pressure either. Let me fucking get out of here. Oops, long range button into a confirm. A little bit of one at least. Oh. What? Is that going to be an anti-air? No. That's a poor choice in that case. Okay. A black pixel needs this round and takes it. Okay, okay.
There was not many options left in the tank there. No bravery points remaining. Black pixel took the
risk
and it paid off. Still alive in the set.
Alright, now we're catching here. His hat's starting to wiggle a bit. We dropped the close-out link.
Thinking about how I'm not doing top 8 for City of the Wolves that hasn't crashed again. Man. The people who do it better do a good job of it. They better do a good job of it. And they better not also be doing like Street Fighter and Tekken and Grand Blue. Because that's kind of what happened last year. Where I thought I'd get to do KOF and Under Night. And then turns out I was only doing KOF. And then the people that were doing Under Night were also doing Street Fighter and Grand Blue. And maybe something else, I don't know. I think Strive. Yeah, and they're probably going to be doing that again. I really don't like that. But what can I do?
That's one thing. Hat has this character that's able to punish these spaced out moves, and not a lot of
Ooh,
other characters
no
can.
punish. Is that not punishable? The guard cancel. Okay, Black Pixel actually clutching out a match. And this is still an ad. Come on, internet! It's just profound sadness today, man. Okay. Come on, Hat. You got the cooler character by far. Siegfried is like one of the most vanilla-ass characters. Like design-wise, you know, like you say Siegfried, and you immediately know exactly what he's gonna look like. Okay, he's a guy, maybe long hair, dark hair, brownish hair maybe, and he's gonna have a big sword. Probably looks like a knight or something. Some kind of warrior. And that's exactly right.
Go for the counter, jump out, take the turn, and now, oh, too far, and
Yeah.
he's yeah,
I looked over the screen, their Hat was shaking their head right there.
Come on, Hat.
JU again to mix up the landing timing. Hat able to
Good interruption.
All
right.
Follow up, a little bit of damage. DP is online, and we're looking for it. And now look at this. This is the frustrating thing about fighting a player like a Black Pixel. They're getting away with so many of these reversals, and it feels like, damn it.
Oh, that should work though. No? Come on.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Okay, let's see.
Kinda looks like Hat might be in desperation mode now. Nothing seems to be working, but we're getting the grab. Get the block as well, but no, I guess that really isn't punchable. Or Hat has just not been successful on it ever. Damn. Damn, that sucks. Really seems wrong that after a blocked guard cancel you can't do anything. Gideon the 209th versus Ganon Degenerate. Ganon Degenerate? I don't know.
In the corner, just block does not seem to be
That
that
Merkava color is like very, you know, Spider-Man, Venom, Carnage coded, at least in my brain. Great, that's already over. We tuned in at the perfect time. Well, I guess we at least got some Street Fighter.
That's a pretty smart choice, I think.
Oh, backdash.
Ooh,
You cannot do that. A lot of people fall victim to that, thinking that she is
I think I'm hearing Tasty Steve.
Yeah, not, this is an early stage, so not the,
Oh no! Maybe that was supposed to be a reset attempt, like, you know, jab into command grab, catch them off guard, but it didn't work. Didn't happen. Either way, I don't think that was a good call. Doesn't cash out with any bars. I'm not sure that's a good call. When you're just sitting on 3 and have the round advantage already. Especially with how good Mai's level 1 is. But hey, whatever. We got him. We took it.
That controller's wow. I didn't even realize it was an arcade stick at first.
It's literally like an old guitar. Like, is that an old real guitar? Is that like fashioned from another controller? I really want to know.
Yeah. Well played there. That was fun to watch. I mean, getting the DI stun and then not getting the combo after it feels bad, man. But that's how it happens sometimes.
It is Sayjam and Tasty Steve. I was wondering if the other voice I was hearing was Sayjam. And it is. Don't really see those two commentate together all that much often anymore. But, you know, they're one of those classics, I guess.
And I mean, like, the thing about this game is it's like every
Tasty Jam.
Even the best players in the world mess things up. They do like the slightly wrong combo, or they do the regular hit combo and it should have been the counter hit combo, or they miss small things or drop things. Like, it happens every single round. So, you know, nobody is immune to having errors like that. And that kind of thing happens.
That's why you always got to keep paying attention, bro. I know a lot of people, they do they stand up early.
Yeah.
You've got to make sure it's not over till the KO says it on the
Haven't received any word from Dai on the further goings of his run, so I'm thinking, you know, the bracket still needs to catch up to where he is. And my internet still needs to catch up to modern times. This is so ass, this is so ass, I am in disbelief.
Stand up and unplug on me when I like did a super and it didn't kill them, and I was like, "Oh, do you?" And they're like, "Nah, man."
Wow, they got a timer here now.
You gotta fight like you
That's crazy. Hey, it's still Fox and a...
Yeah, you gotta believe.
City of the Wolves.
Neat.
Why Fox? I almost botched that real bad.
You almost called yourself a fool.
I am a fool for doing this. I am a fool for showing up late. But you know, it's not about me. It's Aru. Please help me out here.
Yeah, I mean, we're back. We're back with some City of the Wolves action. We've got a great match lined up for y'all. We've got Corey Bell on player one side. Looks like he's going to be playing Salvatore, going up against Majestic.
I've not seen Corey play this game.
Don't think I know about Majestic.
Like, it kind of makes sense. They're SNK mainstay player.
Corey Bell I also kind of mostly know as a name that I remember. I don't really recall how good they were exactly and all that, you know, what game I even remember them from.
He played, I can't remember exactly what I think he played King of Dinosaurs in KOF. Oh, no, he played Antonov. He definitely played Antonov. So yeah, he just...
I mean, he might have been playing King of Dinosaurs and Anton. In KOF you have that.
So I'm excited to see what he's got.
You could play those two and another character. Yep, get a heavy link out of that one. Oh, okay, keeping it short. Overhead, I guess. Or was that an overhead? And you know what? I gotta look into Salvatore some. I think. Because a lot of his stuff just kind of doesn't make visual sense. Okay, uses the Rev Guard to just stave off the pressure. Oops, a little early on that button though. Oh, nice one! That is so good! Oh no! I guess the height was a little wonky, so I didn't get his timing right. That could have been the end. Majestic with a really nice guard cancel, sadly doesn't win in the end.
One of the moves that Salvatore kind of has to use to kind of like get in and apply pressure from basically anywhere on the screen. Nice sweep, wow.
Oops.
Oh, actually got the blocking time. That's crazy.
What? How did that not beat that? That looked wrong as hell. Oopsies. Look at how funny he is when he dashes forward. He punches like towards the camera. It looks at you. It's so funny. Salvatore is so funny. Look at this. Oh, it's funny. Oh, look at how he's looking at the camera when he's doing the punch. It's so funny.
This is actually a guess. It's like a lot harder to deal with, or rather to
Oop.
punish
Nice light confirm.
Doesn't matter though. Corey finds the hit, confirms into super.
After an almost loss in the first round, that second one was pretty convincing. Ooh. Denied. Oh, fakes him out this time. You thought I'd go for the same option 3 times in a row? Oh, you think me a fool. Oof. No, wait. Yep, that anti-air is super strong. He's got a couple of really strong anti-airs. Bonk. Bonk. Gonna be a tough comeback to make, especially without any bars to your name. And yeah. Damn, I'm a little disappointed that Fox thinks this is funny, but I guess, you know. I'm just the only one who dislikes these animations, I guess. Hey, and punish, yep. Oh, drops the link, sadly.
Oh, we block those, but try to mash right away. Corey's just like, nah, you're staying in this corner, fam. Uh-oh. You're stuck.
Oh, didn't have the
Whoops.
bar to end this round.
This is once again gonna be really rough. Oh, he could have maybe if he had hit a jump button or something. Doesn't matter.
I feel like we're gonna see a lot of this. That if there's a Salvatore player who is well versed in just how to use their character in different situations.
Damn. That first round, that JD got cancel super bingo made me believe But that was kind of the only real highlight out of the opposition. Sadly. Might have lost steam after that conversion failed, you know.
And since the game is new, scramble situations might not
Oh, hey, Knuckle-Doo. And I think I've seen the other guy somewhere, maybe... Wait, it's over, I guess. No, wait, it's not.
Yeah, and that character definitely like very competitive.
No, wait, it says winner, Knuckle-Doo, so it is.
Like, yeah, he's a silly character, but
Cool.
I certainly wouldn't classify him as a joke myself. I think he's like a, you know, pretty playable. I don't think any character is unplayably bad, right?
Like a lot of people will say T-Zox, obviously.
People will say that, and then you watch like Jibbo play, and
I also wouldn't say that T-Zox is unplayable. Like, it's still too early to say. Like, you know, he seems like, I don't know, to me he doesn't even really seem bad. But I can see why people think that. But once again, it's so early still. Writing a character off so early is stupid. It's always fucking stupid.
He has to gap ridiculously hard. But,
I know every time he does something cool.
Like, of course, you know, if you're not having fun with a character, if you don't see the future, you shouldn't play him. But claiming that a character is just straight up bad this early in the game, that's just not really, you know. I don't think that's right.
From Japan, going up against Grayish and Stride. So I'm not familiar with Grayish Stride, but we're like, you know, part way into the bracket at this point.
Set up the Skull Factory. Oof. Okay, Flash kick out of there, no perfect for you.
Probably know what they're doing, right?
I'm just some goo, what are you gonna do?
Since this is one of the bigger games at this event,
Styling on him. Great outfit. Is that a Snorlax, actually? Wait, I was distracted by the stupid hat, but the Snorlax, Kigurumi? I guess it's not actually a Kigurumi because the arms are free. But the Snorlax outfit actually might just be goated. Oh, wait. Aren't these two known players? Is that score? That's score. No, wait, I don't... Wait. No, that can't be score. Could it? That's probably not score. That's probably not score. Because I saw score stream from his own home, I'm pretty sure. Like yesterday or something. So I don't think he'd be here. I guess we can check after finding out if this is score, which I don't think it is. He's another Hokuto Maru player. Yep, Eita is the one I recognized, and yeah, that's not score. These fucking masks, man! Everyone looks the same with these goddamn masks on. Like, it makes sense to wear them, of course. It's a smart move. But fuck, man. I should probably, you know, I was thinking about this anyway, but I should probably bring a mask with me to Hessen Crash and wear it a lot of the time. Maybe not on commentary, so that I can actually be properly heard and stuff, but when I'm walking around and, no, when I'm among people that I kind of can trust, maybe, then I can take it off, but when I'm walking around lots of strangers and shit, probably better to have a mask. Oop. Did overheat. But, you know, he's got a DP and he's got some bars. So he's still a threat, and he's got a large life lead, so if he stops getting himself flung into those projectiles, he might still win this round, but now things are looking rougher. No more spaghetti. Yep, command grab into level 1 might actually do it here. Yes. The best thing about these EX command grab combos is not actually the combos themselves so much, because they are scaled pretty heavily, but the fact that you can combo into level 1 super off of them, and, you know, technically also hidden gear or something, that's what makes them really scary. Because without the super at the end, the EX command grab doesn't end up doing all that much damage. You know, the EX command grab combo. But with the super, now we're talking. Now that's a real threat. Oops. Why did he punish that so lightly? Maybe my eyes glazed over and I didn't see it right, but didn't he start that with a heavy? Whatever. Eita close to closing this out. Oof. Nope. Can't be doing that so easily. Of course, you know, he can just not go into the follow-up, so if he had baited it there, that could have been huge. Oops, maybe he was trying to go for that right there, right? Boop, boop. Yep, go for the hidden gear. You're revved up quite high, so we set that to 0 and do a chunk of damage.
Yeah, I'll say he's not dead, but you maybe command grab?
I'm not sure where it leaves.
Yeah, command grab's gonna do it here. But so is this. Very well done.
Beautifully done by Eita.
Okay.
Silly guy. Silly guy.
What the hell?
Is that the What in the world?
Pop troll, sure.
Yo.
He's a real American.
Maybe he thinks he's cute. Maybe he thinks he's cute.
I was gonna check, just to make sure.
Big over there, but all right.
Oh wait, that's the wrong menu, isn't it? Bracket is what I want.
No?
Score.
I've seen a couple episodes here.
Yeah, he's not there.
You know, one of the relatives has it on.
Yeah, but I'm just like.
Fenrich, Goichi are there.
They got the cop. You're right.
ET's there. Whom else could we check for?
It's like, oh, it's a nice dog. That's nice.
I guess M dash. I'm not sure I've seen M dash play this. If I just type in M, that's not gonna help.
Get out of here. You know, the dog's trained by Kevin. Come on.
I guess you know, it's fine.
Like 60% combo.
And then you're like, oh, you should.
We got some really strong competition here.
Oh, okay. We got.
That's the main
okay,
point.
This is a pretty sick match.
So up next we have DCQ from Falcons XWPS. Thank you.
PW, yeah, Punk Workshop. It looks like, and Falcons. One of the recent pickups for this game. Actually, maybe for Street Fighter as well, because DCQ is a very strong Street Fighter player.
Yes.
Wait, what did they do?
And Corey Bell, of course.
Oh, okay. They just went back to the main menu and then back into versus. Whatever.
I do know.
That's Chris Wong, I think.
Some of their buttons look really nice.
Yeah.
Versus the Corey something that we just saw with the Salvatore.
I've actually got one of those sticks right here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Well, so obviously they're not a sponsor of the show, so we can't really be glazing them or anything.
Why is it so light? All right, I got it not.
Why is it so
What are they talking about?
And so inferior to the Atassa and to the Victrix sticks? Why is this device so expensive?
Huh?
I don't know what you're talking about. This is great. This is amazing. Oh my god, this is so light too. I'm marking out here. Damn.
Anyway, shout outs to our sponsors, Controller Chaos,
yeah.
Shop, Atassa, to Victrix.
Yeah.
Shout outs to those guys.
Marco. Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe Corey, whatever. Corey Bell, that's the name, I think. Only plays Salvatore when they are not taking it super seriously, or maybe it's a character matchup thing. Maybe you don't want to be. I'm assuming Corey Bell is player too, so Terry. Maybe maybe they don't want to be dealing with Marco's mix without having a DP on hand, which is fair. Though Marco's overhead is -6, I think, on block. And I think even with its meaty, it still is punishable. So, if you do guess right, you should be able to get a big turnaround. But hey, didn't guess right this time. Boom, again, eat this fat combo. Nope, that's once again DCQ. What the fuck? I guess I don't know what Chris Wong looks like.
Nice optimal combo from DCQ.
Sometimes I feel like recently a lot of players started reversing at the end of their life bar because they think now is the time to do it.
Ooh, the beautiful dash forward. I think still catching the recovery frames on landing. That was nasty. Oops, man. DCQ even hit a button as if that overhead was plus. That's crazy. I feel like all the Marco players are doing that currently. They can't keep getting away with it.
No. Well, they say that, but then they all play the games that you have to guess over and over and over again. So I don't know.
Even though you're allowed to make multiple mistakes, and it's not just the one mistake that leads to the multiple mistakes.
Didn't quite manage to convert though, sadly.
Good job of keeping up with DCQ.
Nicely using those pretty good pokes of Terry's. Not the big ones though, but still. Stop signs here and there, frustrate the opponent. Stop them. Hey, okay. Ooh, yep. Rare footage of level 2 being optimal. Pretty sure level 1 wouldn't have killed it. But level 2 did. I probably talk about how weak level 2s are too often. But I don't know, man. Whenever I see them, I just feel like I have to bring it up. No! Okay.
but it does sometimes feel like you really need to be on guard with a lot of your.
Yeah, you need to lock in.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Disappeared.
Oop, still in Spugger though. Oh,
Especially when you see the hits
low.
all the time in the world. Like
You're dead.
On match point already.
Yeah, it's not like he doesn't get anything off of a low. Thanks to his, to his privileged heavy DP break ass. Ooh.
That far, Marco's Farsi is actually kind of crazy how far it goes.
It does, yeah. It's deceptively, like it looks shorter than it actually does.
Yeah,
but
it's.
I wouldn't call it also like a long range button.
It's a pretty solid button for sure. Ooh, okay.
Wake up Power Geyser, getting out some pressure. Immediate throw attack by DCQ has a life lead.
Nice JD.
Like it definitely gaps anything that Janae has, and in any of the ranges where you might want to use it.
We're swinging. Yellow bit, no cancel.
Oh, damn. Could have done a level 2 again, but new. Just new.
You know what I like about this game?
What's that?
People just lose when they're wrong. It's amazing. I don't have to watch people meander around, play imaginary footsies, be like, oh, I walked back, I got hit by sweep or whatever. It's like you got hit by crouch B, stand B, super. You lost a third of your life. Now you have to actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
that's kind of one of the reasons I like the level 1 super strength in this game so much. Because if you have a super, which is often but not every time, then any hit really matters. Which keeps the flow of damage good, because, as I said, you don't always have the supers, but you have them often enough.
They're like, oh, you get like a couple more chances to
That's cool.
But it feels like a lot of the damage kind of explodes with people picking SVG
So,
earlier. Yeah. And then, kind of.
I guess we'll keep watching until the internet shits itself again for real. Or until it's just been long enough where I'm like, actually, you know what, I should stop streaming.
Hidden gear is like really strong, but it also, they managed to make it where it doesn't feel like ridiculous, right?
See, you know what I mean? It's this stream again, the Grand Blue stream like this. The lighting, I guess it's just too bright, maybe? I don't know. It's too well lit. It doesn't look real. This is a simulation. This is a fake. This is AI generated. This entire stream is AI generated. I figured it out. See how these guys have 5 fingers on their hands? That's not normal.
And also, a lot of the level 2 supers don't
I like my Cammy.
No, we're talking like 50, maybe even 100 damage, if that. So it's like you only do it to like win the actual game rather than like a round even usually.
Yes. So. And it's nice because sometimes people think, oh, if I use a level 2, I just do way more damage.
Okay. Akira, of course, pretty well established name, Boop. Good anti-air, as you'd expect. Ding. No pressure for you. But I got these anti-airs still. What are you doing?
They have invincibility.
You're dead.
I mean, the implications of that is you get basically, well, not a free invincible reversal, but you get an invincible reversal.
You see that? Like, I guess he's not currently on screen, but that Hugo wannabe on the right side of the stage. Why would you ever wanna be Hugo? That's so stupid. Right? Because that's not actually supposed to be Hugo, right?
Yeah, definitely. Okay,
if so, then wow, they fucked up.
We've got Juicebox going up against Soul
Good.
Oh,
Juicebox.
Juicebox, of course. I think he's in Arizona currently. Soul Good Guy from Indiana. Soul Good Guy plays Terry in this game. Juicebox. Oh yeah, you guys.
Soul Good Guy, a name that I've heard before, might just be another one of those. There's more than one of them, but I think I also remember the face. Though he also looks a lot like some guy from the what do I call it? The game press, I guess, game journalism scene. Right, there's a guy who looks kind of a lot like that guy. But yeah, Juicebox was the preacher. He was also a Joe enjoyer in KOF, so no surprise there. Damn.
That cross-up is hard to get used to because you're just like, oh, she's flying above. Oh wait, she's behind me.
Yeah, it's really fast. I don't think I've ever blocked it on reaction really. I find it really hard. But then I play against people and they always interrupt me or block it or something, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Why can't I do this? Oop, was a little early on the grab. Juicebox did not roll out, so he did have his grab invincibility. Oh, okay, gets a lucky hit in there. So Good Guy was doing something wrong. Level 1 super, yes, not enough to kill, but now in kill range. Oh, full jump. Overhead, another one. Keeps hitting. What are you doing, Soul Good Guy? Overhead's a minus on block. Come on.
One time during that entire sequence.
I guess maybe he was afraid of a DP, but like, come on, man. You got your own. Bop. Level 1 super, yes, doing the correct one also. I mean, in that situation, the other one might have missed. We were near the corner, so it might have hit, but the other one, the kick one, does more damage. Okay. Interesting frame kill, I guess. Overhead.
Is that if you're inputting everything, supposing that you're going to guard cancel.
So the interesting thing about that EX specs way is that obviously it's a little easier to see coming because, you know, it's all yellow, sparkly, shiny, whatever. But the low becomes much more of a threat because usually, you know, if you do the low, you just get that hit grab animation and then it's over. Oh, looks like Duke. Oh no. Oh no. His stick isn't moving anymore. That's.
I was gonna say he just stood there as
Well, meanwhile, I'll keep talking. But when you do the rev version, the EX version, you get to rev cancel out of it. So now the high-low becomes more real, so to speak. Because you can always cancel a combo out of the EX version. You know, it's a Link with her crouch jab. But, out of the low, you usually only get the hit grab, and that's the end. But with the rev, all of a sudden, you're doing real damage.
That was a really dominant performance from Juicebox in Game 1, though. I gotta say, I did play Juicebox during Open Beta 2, and he was giving me the business.
But yeah, Juicebox a pretty strong player.
He plays very quickly, as you probably saw.
Kind of got his start with Street Fighter 4. Was known for doing like a bit of a dance whenever he hit his Abel Ultra. Like he kind of performed with his fingers to the rhythm and then imitated. Like the last part of the Ultra. That was kind of his gimmick. People were always switching the camera to him to show it off. But then I guess he didn't like how the game developed. I think he stopped playing Street Fighter during Street Fighter 4. Or maybe it was just Street Fighter 5 that made him quit. And then he pivoted pretty hard to King of Fighters. I think that was during King of Fighters 14 mostly, not even 13. But maybe it was 13 that got him in there. And since then he's been pretty much SNK all the way. Don't know if I've seen him play Street Fighter 6 or heard what he thinks about it. I don't follow him or anything, you know. I think I follow his stream on Twitch. Don't watch it a lot. But yeah, I don't know what he thinks. But he has been sticking with SNK. So that's his deal.
Or multi-hitting type special moves, which is fine, you know.
It's a 5-hitting Rekka sequence, and sometimes she can get 2 of them in one combo, so it feels like it takes forever, right?
Pre-chess combos, you mean?
And
Yeah,
like,
I guess.
She also has like a lot of very specific Rev Excel sequences she can do to combo. I think she can get like every special in one combo if she wants to. Yeah, it's a lot. So.
Well, that's the.
Her combo game is definitely pretty strong. She's also one of those privileged characters that can go from lights into heavy DP break, and get and does get pretty nice damage off of lights without having to spend anything else. But she can, of course, also go into super.
I would think Kine is very interesting, even though a lot of people say he's top tier because of his pressure and the way
he is very interesting. I gotta agree.
Because a lot of his stuff's not very. It's not linear, I want to say. You kind of you can vary a lot of your spacing traps. His zoning is pretty. I don't want to say it's like amazing, but it's still strong for what he.
Guess while we wait, let's check on the other streams. Adrak and Wheels FGC. Oh yeah, Wheels. I've seen that guy before. Be at Ease and Pipefox. Don't know them.
Off of anything basically, he gets set play, which is cool. And yeah, he's a really interesting character as a result. Okay.
Oh, did they just switch out the players?
I think they might just
Wait.
swap and play off stream.
Oh.
So it might be one of those things where his stick, Juicebox stick, might not work on the PS5 that's on stage. So
What are you doing?
A whole new set of players, and they play off stream, and then hopefully Juicebox
Wait,
does not
what?
lose off stream because that'd be.
Why did he connect the stream? What the fuck?
Definitely in his favor. But know, Juicebox has been
Huh?
competing for a very, very, very long time.
Wait, why did he just plug in a stick and put it there? What the fuck?
I known him first as a Street Fighter 4 Apple player.
Yep, that's right. Me too. Those are the days.
Well, that's weird.
We've just been around for a while. We are the, I would like to think we're the second generation of fighting game players, because the first generation would be the people who,
the arcade people.
Yes, that's that first generation where they didn't really get to go to events as big as this, but you know, there was more tight knit. Now that we get these big events in our generation, we get to see a lot more people show up that who might not ever have gone to something like this. They would just probably like stay at home and play with their friends.
Yeah, I guess, you know, first generation, like, for the arcades, I guess, is a little broad, of course, because, you know, between, like, Street Fighter 2 and, like, the end of Third Strike or something, there has been a lot of time and stuff, but I still get the distinction. So, whom do we have here? I do hope you can hear the commentators well enough for, you know, for it to make sense for me to let them talk sometimes and then comment on that.
Pretty decent player. Very strong KOF player. Right?
I was literally just about to say that maybe the internet has normalized because now it's late at night and something. But of course, like clockwork. You know what? Fuck it. I guess we're ending it here then. If that had happened during a set, especially during a set that seemed kind of interesting, I would have been like, maybe we'll at least finish this set and then stop. But since, you know, they were just setting up for a next set and they didn't look like anybody that I even know, we're just gonna call it here. That was a fucking shit show as far as the internet goes, but, you know, the games were pretty solid. It was obviously early on in the pools and all that, so nothing super hype, but it was still, you know, a solid show to watch. And, you know, it is also kind of important to get practice on commentary for lower level matches. Because, you know, especially since I'm not commentating top 8, I'm probably going to be watching more of that kind of stuff. And so I need to be ready. But yeah, I'll see you again. I hope I'll thank you for watching, hanging out, and trying to stay sane with this internet situation with me. And the fact that I'm not commentating City of the Wolves debate. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. Maybe I'll stream more more Combo Breaker tomorrow. Maybe I will have actually caught up with the Void Stranger thing tomorrow. Maybe it'll be something else. I don't know, man. Just stay tuned. I'll probably stream tomorrow. So be ready. But if not, don't be too sad, because I'll be back eventually. So, until we meet again, I say otsukare-sama. Bye-bye.